first stream on the YouTube channel.
Always busy. I think all I need to know is if you... Yeah, I think if you just speak into the microphone, it is quite loud, so... What I would...
Speak a little bit away from it, maybe?
I think I can just turn it down.
And can you see the comments coming through? Like, someone's like, oh, this is just too loud.
Yeah, probably. There, you can just turn it down like this.
Is it live now?
Yeah.
So, you which wins the initiative. So, now you choose the first or the second. Second, you get 2 HP, and I get 1. Sorry, 8 hit. So, I'll go first then. So, first, go through my...
I think there is a bit of a delay. Here we are, there's like a minute delay.
That's fine.
Strategic gambit of my leader. I get to ignore the first 2 bullet points on my drones. So my drones normally on the street operatives, so you can't get it. I get to select one as time to be able to deploy. That's 1. So, another one. In the red set of each strategy base, which we are now doing, Wi-Fi router has a chance to... My problem, I will... So, if it's within my drop zone, like citizenship level, I roll 1d6. If it's in your territory, it's 2d6. If it's within your drop zone, it's 4d6. So, I roll. Roll again. That's 2. I don't get it.
It doesn't matter. Just, well, I think Ash's put has stuff there.
If I do this, oh fuck. There we go.
That onto the left-handed player. That's okay. I can live with that.
Do you want these, or have you got some?
I've got that's You want me to whack these on, yeah? You want me to turn them on so they're noise cancelling?
If you could, that would be great. Thank you. And is there any way to see, like, if there was actually anyone here?
I can log into the chat.
Is it best of 140 minutes?
Best of 40 minutes.
And then if someone's a more obvious winner at the end, you prefer them to concede?
Absolutely.
Are we doing the 1 turn 10 minutes on your phone every time? Or is it just
I think
that 40 minutes have a discussion?
I think I prefer all 3 turn rules. Is that okay?
Yeah, we can do 3 Pre-turn rules.
And then the discussion afterwards. Thank you so
Cool.
much. Hello. I am Patrick, and I am the organiser for today's UK Open in the RSPK format. We have 14 players here today. We're playing 4 rounds in a cup of 4. And we are starting off with a match between Ashley and Ed, playing a 40-minute best of 1. Very excited to be commentating here today. I am right by the stream table. They are wearing headphones, so hopefully nothing gets through when I tell them that your opponent has prized the 4th POW so desperately needed. Please do put any suggestions of things in the chat, any improvements that we can do. I know it's probably a little bit shaky, the view's not the best, but this is a fully amateur setup, and I hope that people who can be here can have a great time. We have provided new Gold Star promos drawn by the wonderful Kaylin Zero to all competitors. I'll show you them off after the round, and we've got Mew Delta, Fire Mew, winner, finalist, and top 4 stamped promos as well. So a lot going on, lots to play for. I mean, essentially nothing to play for in the grand scheme of the world, but in the grand scheme of a incredibly niche hobby, then we have, I would say, absolutely everything is on the line here today. Ashley, a seasoned RSPK player, coming from Wales, and usually piloting Flygon. We'll see if she sticks with that today. I think she has been known to play a bit of drag road in the past. Ed, more recent RSPK player coming from Nottingham. He's played quite a few things, but I know that he definitely has medalled with Nidoqueen in the past, so perhaps this is what we'll see today.
You have to imagine, right? You have to imagine they're just Oh no! I have a thing with Ghost Trap. After shooting, I can go back up and
Setting up here now. 1 mulligan for going towards Ashley. So Ed is going first, and we'll see here what they're playing. Good lucks all around. And it looks like it's Scizor. It feels like it's probably Scizor against Flygon, as we see a pass immediately, not getting that turn 1 energy attach. Little bit painful. Lot of basics coming here. Delta Mew is the one on the far right. Ashley's got a nicely drawn promo, and an admin hitting the board. Now bench 3, attach for a Delta draw, and admin is obviously an incredibly powerful start to your turn 1 as a Flygon player. You're wanting to be getting things off very quickly, set up your stage 2s. It's a Chime Echo and a Trapinch, the grass Trapinch, if you can't fully see because of the glare. Again, apologies for that.
This guy has marker rights.
6 back to both players. A lot of E-cards in Ed's hand. I love those E-cards, those horrible massive borders. Ooh. A Trico coming down, that Sceptile so powerful in this matchup, adding that extra energy, meaning that it might be until turn 3 that Ed can attack. If the Sceptile is able to come down a little bit earlier. Start with a Master Ball, that classic Master Ball, Pokeball debate. Who will it pay off, or should he have been flipping for one heads? And I think he should have been flipping. Shout out Eric Reeds, that Master Ball was pretty horrific, nothing coming through. But it looks so nice. Sorry, I'm getting carried away with myself here. It's painful for Ed, I think, in this state, not having another Pokemon to put down or evolve. Definitely energy in hand. Cyclone not terrible, pushing the Castle back, meaning that a second Delta Draw in a row can happen. Or would have to be an energy used in order to do that. Cyclone going on the Scyther. See a Mew promote, Chimecho going up. And then Admin again. Admin again. Really feels like we need to see something a little bit more dynamic from Ed's hand. It's kind of a bit stale so far. At the very least, another Scyther just to play around the possibility of a Donk coming in 2 or 3 turns. Unlikely, but possible, of course. So we've got another Scyther, very positive. No access to Sizzle seemingly, but some ability to use that Scyther's attack and fill the bench a little bit more. Actually back now, Admin into that Transceiver. Feels like Mentor's probably still the grab at this stage, but Adventurer also some potential. Mentor coming here, finding what I presume will be a bit of energy, and another basic, discarding that Psychic energy. Usually at a relatively low count in the Flygon decks. I say that, I'm actually not sure. I haven't looked at a Flygon deck list in quite a while. Going for a Pidgey, the Sand, the Fighting Trapinch, and another Castle. Cool. Looks like currently we have 5 watchers. Invite your friends. Make this a fucking RSPK party. We need as many people here as we can. Thank you for Q to the one comment coming in. Might be seeing a Deer today. I'm not sure how many people are playing Deer decks, but I think there's potential. And we see a Delta Draw as the final action. So powerful, just really refreshing that hand. Hand would be pretty powerful if only there were a Sizzle reversal. A lot of good energy cards, a bit of supporters. Curstone, thinking about it. There's not really much you're wanting to Windstorm in this matchup except those stadiums, so I don't think actually we'll be that worried about a Curstone. Bringing up the Trico, so powerful if you get this attack off. Copycat after the Delta Draw also really, really powerful. Coming back to punish Ash a bit. It's a very, very blinged out deck I'm seeing for Ed this side. I've got reverse, Rocket Returns, Copycats and Admin. Copycat, a card that I feel like when RSPK started to get big, a lot of people were playing. However, recently, feels like I've seen it taking quite a drop off. I think most people playing the Holon engine, having access to that that scientist, kind of renders the cards a little bit pointless. 10 drawn now, massive, and the sizzle is indeed found. Very powerful now. Another cursed stone. There's and we get to take that knockout. I mean, just fantastic to put that Trico down, really restricting that Sceptile access. Back to Ashley now, Vibrava comes into play, as does another Trap Edge. Fire Mew getting a Magnemite on it, which is okay. Definitely, obviously, being able to hit for that weakness on the Sizzle can be incredibly powerful. So Magnemite into potentially another Cast Form next turn would be very powerful. Admin restricting the hand from 10 down to 5 seems very, very strong from Ash. Ed is obviously the Sizzle deck obviously plays very fast and loose, and you play a lot of cards that can be used whenever they come in. So having a lot of cards like Energy Removal 2, being able to take away those initial energies stacked on a Fire Mew before you can stack them up all at once, or you get that Delta Flygon, the non-EX into play, just does seem really powerful. And another Delta draw just here, not a whole lot coming from the hand from Ash. Chimecho's looking a little bit frail at this point. Remember if Ash Delta Supply. Another metal coming down and Sizzle. This is when it really becomes tricky to hit through. Without that weakness, even with the weakness, the Sizzle is tough to hit through. Steven's advice, so many cards being drawn in this game. Seems to be basically all supporters, sadly, that's coming down now. Is he going to hit that reversal? Yep. I should presume the Mew is the target, and it hits. This is tough from Ashley's perspective. She's a strong player and could potentially come back. That beautiful Fire Mew promo, proxy, sorry.
Oh no, it's not crosscut.
10 off.
No, why?
10 off, really, really, really paining there. Don't know how that Chen tip damage is going to come in. Windstorm getting rid of the Cursed Stone.
Delta Supply. Cast Form.
Yeah, this is what Ed would be scared of. I think missing that 10 damage is absolutely huge. Potential to be used Steel Wing last turn rather than the cross cart, the 10 damage not making a huge amount of difference. It's now incredibly restricted on energies with nothing in that back row. Thank you as well to Matthias CS. Apologies if I'm mispronouncing your name. Dragons in the chat. Presume that's a Rayquaza Delta we might be seeing in this match, but I'm sure we'll be seeing over the course of today. Flygon now, that is that proxy is a Flygon Delta, and we get the knockout, which is incredibly tough on Ed. Missing that 10 damage having such a big impact, that 1 energy being allowing Ash to get the damage that she needs through. Ash now is ahead on prizes, but Scizor as a deck is not playing any of the cards apart from admin that really worries about that. There's no pals in the deck, nothing like that. at this point. You think you just have to be giving up this Scyther, trying to bench something else to play around a warp. Oh, he does evolve it. He gets the boost in though. Okay, fine. He gets the boost in. That definitely gives him another 10 and evolves the bench Scizor as well. Yeah, okay, great. Mew going down, tying it up on 4 prizes each. Pidgeot being promoted to the active spot. Little sprinkling of damage. That Chimecho now probably going to go down at some point. I'm not sure about the stump quantities in Ash's deck. Definitely the kind of card liability you want to get rid of with, I think, what is, I presume, a 4 Curse Stone Sizzle build, as they usually are. Retriever now. Getting back a cast form, or maybe shuffling some stuff in. Okay, putting back the Trico. It's again scary. Obviously, no matter where it is in the game, Ed does not want that to be coming down. Discard the Jirachi. Another card that's going to be super useful for you now. Probably mentoring for that Trico again. If Candy Sceptile is in hand, then we're really scared. Yes. Which of these cards is going to hit the bench? One last bench spot on Ashley's side. There's definitely arguments for a couple.
Yeah.
It's the Trapinch that hits the bench. Interesting. Revealing the quick search. Always when it feels just so powerful to... Don't even need to hide it. I'm slamming this card right down on the table. Delta Supply onto that Flygon. Treat out of the Pidgeot going into this. Flygon EX, that is. Apologies, I think I got that wrong earlier. It's the Flygon EX, so we will be hitting for that 80 damage this turn. Not enough to take a KO, but it's a 2-shot range. Okay, going old school, going Japanese style with the damage counter the first time seeing on Ed's side. That is 150 and 3 10s. Curse Stone ticks up again. Chimecho now on 5, so it will go down the next turn. That would put Ashley in the potential to pow something if that happens. I don't think that's necessarily likely. Ed wanting to retreat out of this Scizor. I think the active has to really be attacking if possible. Trying to draw into another one of those boost energies. Copycat again. Third time a Copycat has been seen in this game. I think it's looking like Ashley will go down to 2 prizes next turn. The game might be quickly over. So no attack this time coming from Ed. There is an energy removal, but I feel like with that much power in hand, then Ashley will be able to... doesn't matter anyway. That cast form is sticking exactly where it is. Cyclone energy potentially coming down doesn't really make a huge difference. push up the Chimecho that's going to die anyway. Okay. Retreating now, but you are susceptible to that one-off POW or potentially the warp point. I'm saying this as I don't know Ashley's counts, apologies, but these are cards that definitely see play in these Pidgeot decks, these toolbox Pidgeot Stage 2 decks, which are so common in this format. Fire Mew coming down. Is this the end of the game? Ashley just seems to have too much on her side, even if the Flygon could go down, which it obviously won't. It's too sad. There's Curse Stone, too many turns away, you know. There's 3 very acceptable prizes on the board there, but it's 7, 8 turns away from making knockouts on them, and Ed just can't stall this through. He's getting those 3 cards, and they're not looking that helpful. When Storm again removing it. That is Sizzle goes down, and Ashley is now down to 2 prizes, and this is in really, really scary territory for Ed here. I mean, I'm not sure there's any way out of this game.
Sorry, I'm left-handed.
Left-handed as well.
Staring down so much on Ashley's side of the board, so much utility. Pidgeot, Fire Mew. I respect him playing through the game, but I don't think there is any way that this game goes apart from in Ashley's favour.
I need boost, charm, reversal to get rid of Mew. Yeah. And then I survive like 1 more turn. Go on, you're gonna cut me into it. 5.
I mean, two energy removal doesn't do nothing, but I think in the scope of this game it's not going to do enough.
Yeah, 2.
You get rid of that Castform immediately. I think he should be trying to restrict.
No, yeah, get one of those. I'll go again.
That. He's really taking down this Mew. Flygon in the active is
I'll attach and
very powerful.
lose the game.
Such a pass form without the supply.
And there's the concede, and Ashley takes round 1 in the UK Open. What seemed close at the start ended up kind of getting run away with after Ed missed the KO on that Fire Mew. Sizzle, a deck that can start out so powerful, but those low hand sizes in the end game can quite often need quite a lot to manipulate that damage, make sure that they're hitting every single turn. It's a deck that if it's not hitting most turns, it sadly is losing. Flygon, obviously a deck that has that utility to play through various different things. Although Ashley's start was very strong, getting to Delta Draw, I think 3 turns in a row at the start with a packed bench. She was able to manipulate the game well, and we will see the match flip signed here. Thank you to the 7 people watching. I would like to apologise, I will say this throughout the day, of my lack of competitive RSPK knowledge. I'm a thorough...
The mic towards you.
Oh, was it this?
Yeah.
Sorry, I might not have been as loud as I would like because I've been told that the mic wasn't towards me. I'm a thorough through and through RSPK enthusiast, but might not have all of the best calls throughout the day. So let's see. But thank you to the now 6 seemingly watching, and we will take a little bit of a break now.
Don't worry, you got the revenge.
Whoops.
And this one was filmed to make it worse.
So when you parry, you move 2 successes. Remember, it was different than way before. So, which one is it? So, choose to attack or parry. If you parry, you move the dice and you move the dice. Yes. No, yes, so you can't parry unless
I would also like to say that as there are only 14 players and 6 rounds of gameplay to get through, there probably will be some repeats of the people you are seeing on stream. We have a relatively strong showing of people who know the format pretty well coming here today. But it might be that you see the same few people a couple times. Let me show you now. Won't be able to do the mic at the same time, but the proxies that we have.
Devastating 1, lethal 4+, and saturate. So, it has 5 attacks at 3+.
Good. 7 viewers.
So, these are 2 crits. It's legal 4 up. So, it is 1 damage from death, because death triggers so that's 1 damage. So now,
As I said, those illustrated by Kaylin Zero on Discord.
Oh yeah.
You know something? How's it going?
Yeah, well, good.
That's good.
So, each of these attack dice does 2 damage. So you can't go. No. That's 1, and then here. 2. That's 1, 4 crits. So that's 4 damage automatically. So that's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 damage. So he has. Do you want to read that? No, so he does 10. This guy takes 10. That's, by the way, So this guy has 5 health. Oh, so you have 14 health. So he has 10, that's only go up to 10. Oh yeah. So actually, I want to check something because this has the attack has heavy reposition, so I can only reposition before I think it's before or complete. It's either before I shoot. Do you understand what I mean? So I reposition, shoot, and I want to see if I can dash away. Yeah, no, I can't. I can't actually move after shooting them, so I'm not hit. I'm not hit. On engage. No, this guy has to see him. By the way, sorry, I forgot to reveal this, right? Okay. My tack on. I'm doing flank. I choose the right hand side flank. If I have more APL on this half of the board, I score points. Yeah. So you have 3 APL, right? So, sorry. 3, 6, 9, right? I have 3, 6, 10.
There's no more.
I will score it unless you have more guys across the side.
They're the only ones that will get.
What do you do it? It would be funny if you charged it. Oh yeah, shit, all these are.
Hello, hello. We are back for round 2. We have here today Brandon versus Oscar. Brandon on the left of your screen, Oscar on the right. I've had some lunch. Any Brits will know the joy of Little Bakery. It's like complete slop, but they sell it to you for pennies, so makes it all worthwhile. Let's try and click off that if I can. I don't know if that makes a difference. Brandon, a relatively seasoned RSPK player, playing for a couple of months now. Oscar, quite new. Hasn't been playing for a while, but he is a very strong player generally, so I know that he will be picking it up very quickly. I'm sensing that the matchup here is going to be Gardevoir on your left and Bontar on your right. Oscar is borrowing a deck today, which means he has to put up with the horrible ETB sleeves.
I have fists. Free attacks.
You can hear me?
Only when you playing it through your phone, yeah.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was
He just charged.
Oh, of course. Of course. Okay, for sake of, they're wearing headphones, so I'm not going to be able to look at the chat for this round. So if anyone says anything, I do apologise. Mulligan on both sides, actually. Okay, it looks like Brandon's deck is largely in Japanese. Okay, here we go. So we're getting the Sceptile explanation against the Electro player.
One CP per one dice. So you have 2 at the start, and you have 1, so 3. Told you. By the way, I hit nothing.
It's a very important thing to know.
I have seen that.
What did you hit on? Okay, so 2 hits.
It's just quick out.
If you need any translations, just say, and then I'll get them.
Yeah, it's
I was looking for Poke Body when it wasn't there, that's what stripped it.
9 damage into 3 health.
I love the Japanese cards. I think most of my decks are kind of horrible mismatches of Japanese cards and English cards, but I do like the Japanese cards. Harder to get people to start up with them. A second mulligan for Oscar. Being in that ATM rock could potentially be powerful in this matchup. It's obviously a contentious play in Bontar, I think. A lot of the modern lists that are heavier on the warp counts and stuff, the sort of more 4/4 lists, some even playing 4 Cessation Crystal, things like that. Those are probably the lists you see cutting the rock, but slightly more flexible list this probably is. If it has the ability to have the rock. Classic. I mean, this is just a classic RSPK matchup, isn't it, really? Great starter for people who don't know the format. Oh, we got third mulligan here. I mean, only on 2. The first one went 2 ways, but we are on the third mulligan.
The block is you removing 1 of my dice. So if you chose to block, you remove 1 of my dice, I have 2 dice left, and then I can choose to attack or parry. You can have a shield weapon, right? With your shield, your parry can remove 2 dice instead of 1. He's dead, so yeah, attack me.
Obviously, the Sceptile in this matchup is incredibly powerful. Usually played as a 101 line, so there's potential for prizing shenanigans. Although that Trico was just drawn. But Bombtar can still win, can still play through it. It's such a powerful deck, going behind just naturally and scrambling up to doing a powerful thing. And you see that fist bump, good luck for the start, and we are Stantlering in Gardevoir. Very new addition to Gardevoir list, not something traditionally that's seen, but just such a powerful card in these toolbox decks. Being able to both attacks having so much utility. Oscar just reading the Dark Energy. It can indeed go down on the Larvitar. Delta Larvitar. Oscar, as I said, new to the format, but knows what he's doing. Massive hand here for Brandon. Massive hand. I'm sure there is a lot to be able to go. That Japanese transceiver coming down. You would expect it. Okay, the most common count now for Gardevoir lists in a kind of Western style, not the Japanese style, is that 4 transceiver, 2 mentor, 1 Lynette. Which means you have a very, very high chance of hitting one of your big basic searches on the first turn of the game. The Japanese lists obviously being slightly different. Quite often I feel like playing higher counts of mental. Discarding that Pidgeot. Surely a 204. Build a Pidgeot here. This is the style of Gardevoir that's become more popular with the Western RSPK player base. Okay, Delta Pidgey, Jirachi, and a Ralts. That's Psychic Boom Ralts. And they should probably all be coming down. Candy straight into that Pidgeot. I mean, this is a very, very powerful start. Quick Surge.
Wait, 2 6. Okay, and you discard 1. Yeah. 5. Also, so I've got regular. And you shoot again, right?
Yeah, keeping bench the Rachi.
5, so that drops me.
Warp back in. I mean, this is a very powerful first turn from Brandon here. Getting most of the things you need.
Yes, actually, yes.
Wishing Star, second Candy if you need. Windstorm, he was thinking about. Probably not. Yep, another Candy to get you that Sceptile access next turn.
1d6.
Near enough guaranteed, barring an admin.
If the result is less than your hit stat, because you also
No, he's not in a rush to put down that Trico.
because of injury.
He passes without the Trico down. I guess that's not wanting to crowd the bench. The admin can't come down. Does mean you only need one of the pieces next turn. There's also potential that the Sceptile is prized. I'm not sure why he would have picked the Trico if it was.
We have 4+. It's not less. Are you shooting
And look like the admin might be coming down straight away. Oh no, Mentor. Mentor. The discard here being a lot of background noise here, playing in a sweaty basement in West London. Discard being the Adventurer. Okay, probably a supporter stacked hand then.
So my turn. He's on 1. No, 13. So
Boys.
reposition to here to be within 6 inches, which it's 2 inches.
My beloved Norwich City have just gone 2-1 up in the football.
6 inches, right? So now let's have some
Jirachi, Pidgey, interesting. Okay, this is a Pidgeot build. Probably not a heavy line. And the fact that It's an interesting pick. Going in for the Jirachi, being able to wish a star, obviously. One Pidgey and then setting up that second T-Tar that's so often crucial, especially against a start that seems quite quick coming from the other side. Jirachi, wishing star. Jirachi obviously has taken various forms in Pokemon history, being sort of reprinted, weaker obviously. Well, in the Sun and Moon era, can't pick any card, but you were able to use the ability when it was asleep, I think. Obviously that 25% chance of it staying asleep, going between the turns, allowing you to not Wishing Star 2 turns in a row, so punishing. Although some of these Bomb-Tar decks are playing high counts of heal energy, and we're passing on that. Jirachi does wake. Jirachi versus Jirachi. My favourite card of all time, that Jirachi. My favourite Pokemon. I was in Tokyo and I got someone to make me a cocktail based on that card in that sort of bar that blew up on Twitter a while ago. 4 cards in hand for Oscar. Brandon now wishing himself, getting the Lynette.
Yeah, he has a thing called multi-spectrum package. If you activate someone within his line of sight, you can switch back to the
Lynette being played.
You have 2 APL.
Seeing Magnemite, seeing a Delta Rocks coming to the front. Can see if there's energy in that hand, but Brandon's hand is pretty thick. Regirock as well, being potentially considered. Early, obviously, to be putting something like that down. A little bit scared potentially of a POW getting it stuck in the active. Although the warp counts in this deck obviously are very high. Regirock obviously built as a... played largely as a counter to the Bomb-Tar deck, being able to one-shot it for 3 energy, and Gardevoir so easily being able to get those 3 energy down.
It's actually worse. Look, I'm sorry.
And move them around if need be.
So, number 1, you still...
Think about what's a quick search now.
This guy? No, actually, fuck, no, he's not.
A Castle going down on the Stantler.
Sorry.
Push away against the Bomb-Tar can be pretty powerful. Screechy obviously can make things a little bit tricky for them, especially if you're able to Screechy under Sceptile, and they can't. Paying to retreat that active T-Tar becomes very, very punishing. Quick search being used now.
You have to be exactly 7 though.
Okay, now the Trico goes down and we're straight into Candy Sceptile. This is a massive issue. This is a massive issue in leaving Brandon with a hand that big. Has been able to do that. I don't know if there was a Rocket Admin in Oscar's hand. Regirock as well coming down. This feels like a very anti-Bomb-Tar. Although he's locking himself into only 1 Gardevoir. Potential for that to be an issue further in the game. Not sure though. You're actually staying asleep. I couldn't quite tell if he rolled, but Dark Energy, Admin now coming down. Tricky to decide whether to have played that last turn if it was in the hand. Obviously, you don't want to be rushing your admins in Bomb-Tar. You want to be trying to admin your opponent to full. But with the Sceptile down, that becomes a lot trickier.
So this guy is called the Lodestar. Once per turning point, when an enemy operative is performing a shoot action and your operative selects a valid target, you can use this rule.
Okay.
So, number 1.
6 now for both players. Brandon with that Pidgeot up just has so much access.
Do you have piercing?
Every 2-card combo becoming so versatile.
With electroshock launcher,
Wishing Star now
it's like a smoke screen suddenly.
taking the Pidgeot for Oscar.
Sorry, I am a
That candy in hand. Bomb Tile not usually playing high counts of candy, but these Pidgeot builds often do see higher. Can't see the candy in hand. Okay, changing the thing. A little bit sketch, but we're all friends here.
You didn't move actually, did you? Yeah, again. Do it.
Sceptile, just so much versatility in these stage 2 decks. It really does seem like when I was getting into the format then it wasn't an auto include, but recently it's just so powerful against the aggro decks like Scizor and Arcanine, against the bomb decks obviously its main reason, against anything, any EX cards that's trying to use their powers. I was playing some Bomb Catty games the other day, and when that Sceptile comes down, if you haven't done something significant already, then the game is nearly over. It's very hard to play through.
Unless I fall back, which is 2 AP.
Candy into the T-Tar now on the bench.
And now I can't actually shoot this guy. Because
Rather than the Pidgeot. Actually stays asleep for both players. To be limiting what Brand's being able to do. If I remember rightly, he has a warp point in hand, but I'm not sure you'd want to be using it at this point.
shooting him, piercing 2.
Not that.
You don't? Rest in fucking peace then. How much health do we have? So, just so you know how much damage this does, right? This regular attack deals 6 damage. The crit does 3.
Getting rid of a Windstorm. Pidgeot now being used. Another card being taken.
Wait, so that was reposition. You know what? That was reposition, shoot, and charge. Oh no, wait, I can't. I got reposition.
I got the Pidgey off this, and I thought I couldn't.
But no, I would have. If you're
Yeah.
supporting it.
I think Oscar now confirming what I thought last turn, which was that he thought, as a newer player, he thought that the Sceptile was going to restrict his Pidgeot access, which is why he decided to go for something else in the end. It's unfortunate, but these things happen. And a pass, and both Jirachi still asleep. Still asleep. Very unlikely situation.
What I'm going to do, I'm just going to move on to this objective to score from that. So, I think that's, and you get to actually counteract.
Oscar now regretting not putting that Pidgeot into play. Still with some opportunities here. I mean, just letting that Jirachi die. Having a Tyranitar that has scrambles on it. Warp going on to the Tyranitar. leveling up its damage. Admin coming in now again. Brandon probably thinking about getting just the energy jumping Guard of War in rather than the Imprison one with Sceptile in play. It's not doing a whole lot in this matchup. Still a powerful attacker. And he does draw into the energy jumping Guard of War. Oscar gets a scramble, which will be nice for next turn. Another candy. Oh. Just confirming now. About the way that abilities used to work. Or well, poker powers used to work. Wakes up Jirachi and probably getting both Jirachis waking up.
So, you're controlling this, actually, it's within 2 inches, I think. Yeah, so this objective doesn't count. It's contested, so no one gets a point from this one. I get a point from this one. This one doesn't count.
Jirachi going back to sleep. Energy being taken by Brandon on this side of things.
Another one. You have 3, 6 AP on this flank. I have 3, 4, 5, 6. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I score 1 point. Yeah, I score 1.
Yep, that energy jump Guard of War coming down now.
The guy who actually killed someone, I think, died. No, because they're 2 alive. I only lost 1 guy so far. It was this guy. This guy. No, this guy. This guy did great, wasn't it? Oh, okay. Yeah. Give him 1 point. 6. Yeah? No, 1.
Oscar just reading the
Well, no.
energy jump Guard of War.
Now cash me out.
Obviously a powerful attacker in its own right. Both attacks being useful in some situations. You know, snipe attack and an attack that can build very powerfully, but is played for its ability.
If I control this flank at the same turn as the turn previous, I get insurance. If I just control it at this point, so 2, and from the main I have 1. So roll for initiative. Right, I guess. You want to go first or second?
If you're wanting to bomb in this game, that bite off spinning tail combo is able to take out Sceptile EX, but you need to go behind in order to power that up.
So that is 3.
Getting the adventure from the discard. Oscar deciding what to discard now. Opting for the transceiver discard.
So, okay. Start
Getting a 3 draw.
strategy phase, right? So everyone resets. Back to non-activated. Okay?
Wishing star now.
So get your cards, like that. Look at your strategy points.
Taking the picture up, shooting the candies in hand, throwing that fucker down. Now getting to use that quick search.
Right? Ceaseless, you can Reroll all results of one number of your
I could see the Ray in Brandon's deck. Obviously, very, very good at dealing with Pidgeot.
So if you reroll a 1 into a 1, you know,
However, you have to get in the active to get that weakness on the way. Bombtard is having that ability to one-shot those Rayquazas if there's enough energy on it.
I think they changed it. So it's your saving points. Because not sometimes the cards are out of date. They update rules. So Orcs used to get 1 extra health. Now they change it so he actually has better armor stat. So your save stat is better. That's why I keep changing it. Yeah, it's now 1 inch. So could you check the cards? Where are you doing the card flights? How large is it?
Castone coming down. Not a card you usually see in Bombtard. An interesting choice, but obviously punishing for Oscar's own Pidgeot, but could potentially be played into a point where you can be taking out opponents' Pidgeots even quicker with those spinning tail attacks. Obviously Jirachi, incredibly weak to Curse Stone.
I'm doing the same thing as before. Keep it 1 CP, patient hunters and
Warp point potentially coming out. 15 minutes left on the round is the call from the TO. No prizes taken yet. A lot of setup going on. Brandon really not in a rush. Windstorming is way the curse though. 2 windstorms down now. That late game cess is looking quite punishing. Putting a cast form now on the thing, and that cast form to the Regirock. Cast form now on the Gardevoir, with the return of an energy to hand. And the cast form moved from the Stantler to that Regirock. Heads to Jirachi, wakes up. Tails, it's annoying for Oscar, it's frustrating. Quick search is live, but with that Regirock at bay, I'm not sure whether he'll want to be the first to make the first move. Probably wanting to lose a prize himself to access that POW. Deal with that Regirock even before dealing with the Sceptile. I think that's the power that Regirock has against Bombtar, is that quite often it's just an extra threat. I mean, the fact that he can't go after the Sceptile in the way he would usually, because the Regirock is there, just makes everything so much worse for the Bombtar player. No Pupitar even down on the board, so that Regirock just becomes even more powerful, being able to take away the Dark Tyranitar completely from play. Pupitar is got here. Pupitar is got by Oscar. pass now from Oscar. Not being able to use that wishing star, so punishing, and it sleeps again. Now on Brandon's side, bench is quite stacked. Spluttering to damage. He's going for the wishing star again. He's going for the wishing star again. Takes an admin. Quick searches potentially to get a warp card. Takes a windstorm. Takes a windstorm.
He moved his one guy that was contesting this objective away because we can score on this because the orb was there. He ran away, closed the door so he can't get back in. I'm within 1 inch or 2 inches.
Okay, now building back some energy on the standby and passing. Passing. Happy not to attack, happy to keep that prize race even, and that what would that have been? The 4th tails flip in the row there for Oscar. Getting that second Tyranitar down is massive. It is huge. But he's really wanting to get behind on prizes now, and Brandon is just not letting him. Time is ticking. Time is ticking. Oh, there's a potential Electro DX evolve. There's one in hand. I'm not sure if he's seeing an admin. I think that's probably the best. I'm not sure. Putting that Electro DX down is the right play at this stage with the Sceptile, with the potential of a Rayquaza coming in, two-shotting it for 2 prizes. A little bit of a stalemate here. I wonder who will be first to break. At this point I can only see it being Brandon. These stalemate games can be the most interesting and the least interesting part of the format. Knowing when to break that stalemate, knowing what you have to do to evolve your board state is so crucial. However, sometimes you can just be staring down at your cards for quite a long time. What Oscar's really needing is energy at this point, just making sure those Tyrannosauras are strong. And some powers, making sure that once he does go behind, if he can make that happen, that he is able to utilize the powers. Warp Point even not the most powerful form of Gust here, because losing that Stantler is not really the end of the world. Any of the other Pokemon would be so much more powerful. I wonder if you see Oscar even potentially try and set up a 3rd Tyranitar here. Curstone coming back into play. Rainbow Energy. Interesting inclusion, but just making those Dark Energy counts even higher. Which actually finally wakes up, not at the time you'd want it to, but ticks going up across the board. Taking the Windstorm off the Wishing Star. Taking what it looks like to be a cast form off the Quick Search, just getting those on board. I mean, 3 cast form on board with the potential for the Giant Stump consideration. I don't think that really... I didn't see what he took, but probably want to save your Stump for later in the game. Bumping the Curse Stone is powerful at this point, for sure. But I don't think Oscar at this point would mind to lose that Voltorb. Windstorms the Curse Stone away. He's gone through quite a few of them now. Warp Energy into the thing, and this is perhaps the way the stalemate is broken, by just pushing away, limiting that hand access, seeing what your opponent has, chipping the damage rather than taking ahead in prize cards. Windstorm, the only card coming down. I've got the Sand Damage Tyranitar in hand, also potentially a powerful one. There's no cast stone in play.
Yeah, you refixed it.
Oh, sorry.
This melee works differently, remember? I hit you guys. The drone rammed you.
Ooh, shit.
Okay.
Quick search being used here again. I think there should be about 10 minutes left in the game. Lot to play from 6 prizes each. How, 5.5 minutes, okay. Okay, here we go now. Presumably we're seeing the spinning tail. Spinning tail coming out now, doing 20 to everything. Or 30 to the active. Potential for Oscar to get a lot of prizes later on in the game. It sucks really that Scramble's on the active Tyranitar. He wasn't able to get the other energy to promote the other one. When you go behind, as you probably am going to, you kind of want it to be on the active. I also wonder about Cessation Crystal at this point, whether it's worth putting into play. Stop that Regirock healing, to stop that Pidgeot searching, to stop those energies being moved around. It will go down, it will potentially give you the ability to bomb later in the game if you need to. Giant stump the pick here. Relatively happy to retreat that Stantler, get rid of that, and the Jirachi move one of the energies off the Stantler. That feels like a pretty strong play at this point. Leaving the bench as just Pidgeot, Sceptile, Gardevoir, and Regirock. Regirock now coming into the active. The energy jump going onto the Regirock. And I presume the stump is going to come down now. I mean, there's even a consideration from Brandon about getting rid of the stump with a Windstorm of his own. I think that would be the 4th Windstorm played. And Oscar can only really... So decides to take away the Jirachi. I can understand that. It's a potential liability if he needs to put the Curse Stone back into play, which he will.
Oh wait, does it have Saturate?
And then Regirock comes in, the first prize of the game taken right at the end of the game. And I wonder whether this is what we've been building towards, but kind of the end. Brandon's hand now massive, so much versatility with a hand that big and the quick search ability coming through. Oscar needing to find a way to deal with the Regirock. He has the ability to scramble and get rid of the Regirock. It's powerful. With that last attack, the bite off attack will be doing 120 damage to that Regirock. And I'm not sure. 10 damage only on the Dark Tyranitar. Scramble does come down here. Oscar will be taking 2 prizes. He also has the ability to power. I mean, there's no reason you'd use it this turn. He won't be able to use it next turn, almost definitely. Really wants this this Tyranitar to stick in the cess. Chris coming down as well. Really powerful there. Brandon's hand is massive, but this is restrictive. God of War is doing very, very, very little damage itself. I feel like this might be... Is there a possibility to be getting the Regirock back? Is there a retriever? He's windstorms it away, getting rid of his own stump, probably for the best. I think if there's a retriever in hand, or one in deck, and he can get back that Regirock and take away this Bombtar, then this Tyranitar, I was calling it a Bombtar, and I feel like the game is probably up, and that's exactly what he's doing here. He's shuffling into the deck. I mean, probably means that there's a mentor in hand or some sort of access that he has to them, rather than just putting it straight into the hand. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Hang on. Fine. Sorry. Incorrect play there. So, sorry for the... Just put the wrong card down on the table. The mentor's obviously what you're wanting to be going for then, with the ability to move this cast form off that Gardevoir. Attach the Magnemite for turn. And then one-shot that Tyranitar, and again I feel like this is the end of the game for Oscar. We are nearly time on the round. Regardless of that fact, I'm not sure there's anything really that can be done from this position. Brandon's chokehold on the game relatively since the start has just been too strong. Getting that Sceptile down so early was so powerful, as it always is against these bomb decks in these matchups. You know, it's obvious, but it's true. Yeah. What did you say? I think Oscar's saying that there's not really any way out for him. Regirock now just basically punching through everything. Seeing if he can get anything back out. Bombtar, not a deck that's playing a lot of basic attackers that can go quickly. There's so much energy on the board. Brandon's hand is so big, and he has the restriction of the Sceptile, the aggression of the Regirock, and the versatility of both the Gardevoir and the Pidgeot. I mean, this seems like a perfectly manufactured game from Brandon's perspective. I'm sure there were little things he could have done better, but Oscar's shaking his head now, fully aware of how far this is, how far this has gone. Few energy attachments, maybe not being able to build up that third Tyranitar, not often what you're needing in these matchups, but with the access shut off to the Voltorb, and I think he is close to conceding, not giving up straight away, but even just shoving the Pidgeot on the active with that resistance, taking little bits of damage, Regirock will be able to move out the active. I'm not sure if Brandon has played his Warp Point yet. No, I see it in his hand. He can move it out of the active. Bring the Gardevoir or something else in, fill the bench, hit for big damage. Bring the Sceptile in. I mean, the Sceptile is currently hitting for 80 damage, not KOing the Pidgeot, but getting so close and taking out anything else really that could be a threat. Time. We have time, so yes. Although the way we're playing it is if like boards, because we don't really want ties in like such a short tournament. seeming like a concession from Oscar, and sad way for the game to end, all kind of going away. But yeah, good game on both sides. A classic matchup in this format. We will be back relatively quickly for round 3 in all hope. And we're back, round three. We have 1-2-0 pairing, although this is not wanting to be on stream, which is totally understandable, not for everyone. So we are going to have a 1-1 pairing now. In Ben versus Matt. Both players shuffling up now as they start. Speaking to these players, Matt is a tabletop retro player, not a particularly big player in the online scene, and Ben is a seasoned Pokemon player but has not played since, he said, since around 2012, 2013, playing Weiss Schwartz as his main card game, so getting back into the format, back into the cards. We'll see what this comes up with. Ooh, a little bit awkward there. Hoping everything's okay. Hoping everyone's having a good Saturday. I've been better. I've been worse. Getting to watch some Pokemon, never a bad thing. Matt just shuffling up with those double sleeves, making it so hard to grab. And RSPK scene in Europe is various. For people who don't know the UK scene, the HRT crew, Autumn, Ashley, and that group are all based in well, I'm not going to dox them, but a different part of the world than London. I am in London. There are a few players who are local here today, a few players who've travelled from different parts of the country. It's trying its best to make a name for itself, but it's tricky. It's not always easy to get people involved in something that feels so distant, expensive to buy the cards, even though you know, proxying is what you'll see today a lot. There's a fake Jirachi versus a real Rayquaza. And I think we are seeing Rayla versus Lugia Blastoise. And as a seasoned player, possibly that Ben will opt for a more traditional 2006 style build of the deck. There's nothing much utility in his hand, no mental. Getting that transceiver off the Wishing Star surely being what you pick. Windstorm also a consideration here, but with no basic search in hand as far as I can tell. Then I think going for that transceiver is always the correct play, getting that mental, drilling things down. There's definitely a Candy in hand. I'm not sure there's a Pidgeot. There is Candy Pidgeot. There is Candy Pidgeot in hand. Yep. Yeah.
That first game I ever had,
Transceiver here. Looking for that mental. We saw a grass Pokemon in this deck.
They're not broken. They're strong, they're not broken.
Kyogre EX I saw, Lugia EX. I don't think I'm seeing any Steelix and some Delta Pidgeys. Makes me think that this is more of a modern build. Delta Mew. There is a Bellsprout, so I forgot what that card is called. Weeping Bell, I think. The one that brings up stage 2 on the bench. Not going to be much helpful in this matchup particularly, but getting rid of those Sceptiles. Obviously very powerful. Illegal Weed, as I think it's colloquially referred to in the community. Just checking whether there's actually even a Mentor in deck. Oh, there is one. So Mentor. now grabbed off the transceiver. Cards all over the shop. Getting rid of the retriever. Powerful card in this build, although I did only see one Lugia EX, there might well be two. Porygon too, as well, just keeping that draw. I mean, this is finding that Candy Pidgeot first turn. This feels like a situation where there might be quite a lot going on. Mentor, the support use for turn, you know. Seeing what to do with that first turn quick search, the ability of that first turn quick search, but having Porygon Pidgeot really does make you quite versatile. Getting rid of the Curse Stone already, just make ensuring that Pidgeot isn't going down to just one special circuit, and he's passing with the Jirachi waking up. It's a very strong turn for Ben Nev turn 1. And without an admin, I'm going to see something very powerful. Just a Balloon Berry. There is an admin, so no necessary Porygon access without the search. It's possible. It's possible, but not guaranteed next turn. If that's even what he does want to go for. Going for that consistency setup more than the power setup. And Lugia in this matchup being so powerful, able to one-shot those Rayquazas. One of the few things that has the power to do that one-shot that requires us that 110 HP, such a high wall to mount for most decks. And we see very pale cards. The Battle Frontier shutting off the Pidgeot, not a commonly played card, and Stantler going down to the bench. Battle Frontier still very powerful in a lot of aspects, but in a Cess world, in a Windstorm world, then perhaps it isn't. The cards that people are wanting to play most of the time. And simply just going after the Squirtle here, now really needing to build up that Blastoise ability to. There is the Blastoise in hand, so Candy Blastoise can get you there. That damage obviously still important, but I think you would potentially usually see the attack on the Pidgeot there, really pressuring it in the early game. That 10 damage on the Jirachi does make a big difference, gives you a free prize card basically whenever you want if you have that powered up Ray. The quick search instead starting going for the Porygon, not too concerned about the Blastoise, the Squirtle potentially going down next turn. Porygon, just for one, but over time that consistency is incredibly important. Transceiver played now. Come for an adventurer, probably just for a discard draw 3. I'm not sure there are many Delta Pokemon in this deck. Discarding the Pidgeot. Tropius in the deck as well, again just helping for that Guard of One matchup. Again, not a commonly card seen, but very powerful in its own right. Candy taken off the Wishing Star. And he gets that Candy Blastoise anyway. And Matt just double checking what that Blastoise does, knowing its power. No energy on the board yet, and none in hand as far as I can tell. Only the cast form, very frustrating. Now Warp Point. Pushing Pidgeot into the active, retreating back into that Jirachi. Swoop teleporting away the Jirachi is such an aggressive start for Ben here, but he's really building a powerful board into a second Jirachi. I think really trying to find that energy, maybe making sure that he can be getting these attacks off quicker than he'd already want to. No energy found. Has the ability to do a lot of different things here, though. Cast form.
No, so the Space Wolves
Second
are
cast form,
shooting-
unsurprisingly, though, goes for the transceiver.
You know how what Laura thought? The Space Wolves have to pay 3 APR to shoot twice.
And passes, and Jirachi wakes up.
So they have
Minen coming down on the bench now for Matt.
shoot twice. Because you shoot
Play around that hand disruption, just keep that in there. Cessation Crystal coming onto the Stantler. Which makes me think that he's going to keep it in the active. He's not doing a whole lot of much with just 10 damage, no effect on the Screechy Voice. Pokemon Fan Club being played. I wonder if there was maybe an argument there to, if you're going to bench the Minun, trying to push that and trying to get another card from the discard, going for another Stantler and a Rayquaza. Stantler in this match are very powerful in the early game, pushing away stuff, but less powerful in the late game when LBS wanting to be attacking with mainly basics. Wanting to leave basics in the active, your Mews, your Lugias, etc, etc. Just Screechy Voice for 10. Screechy Voice for 10, that one attached. Cessation Crystal. Cessation Crystal's such a killer against LBS. I mean, the restriction, the growth of Cessation Crystal and the growth of Sceptile EX, really the things that are pushing it out from the format, from the absolute juggernaut that it is in 06 to the sort of B, C tier deck that it sits at. With in the RSPK format, only Tord Reklev waving the flag, mainly for this fan favorite deck. Not sure there's an attack coming off here though. Perhaps leaving that Stantler and then pushing away the turn after. Forecasts your play, but it does mean that next turn that Matt will be able to push away. Seeming like Transceiver for Mental might be the desire. And if going for a Magnemite or whatever. Warp Point played first to break that Cess lock. I mean that that kind of does give Ben all the options that he wants. Matt pushing the Rayquaza here. Definitely options for... It might not be immediately there. It still needs another Water Energy to get that attack in on the Rayquaza, but pushing the Rayquaza with 2 energies is a tiny bit risky here. One quick search for one of the Water Energies. Porygon potentially to find the other one.
Oh yeah, I got a bit stronger.
No.
Army now as well. Oh yes.
Sorry, you just did it in one action.
I'm gonna bring all 3 abilities to the character.
Sorry, he didn't actually need those 2 Water Energies. You can just attach the same one twice with the cast form. And now this Rayquaza is going down, and now we're looking at a situation where potentially the game runs away. Apologies for that poor piece of commentary. I'm not LBS, not a deck that I'm particularly familiar with anymore. I don't see it played an awful lot.
I still need to pay. I made the horse.
4 drawn now for Ben from the Adventurer.
But I saw some other bodies, so I don't
Discarding the Tropius that he knows isn't going to be that powerful in this matchup.
so I don't need to magnetize everything. I just built them all.
Matt, I think with a 1-card hand, let's hope it's a supporter or some amount of power, but 200 damage done now by Lugia with that Elemental Blast taking down the Rayquaza. He pushes the Stantler with the Cess. Admin, good. Admin down to 4, but with the Porygon. I wonder if this is a 4 Warp build. I feel like Warp Point, 4 Warp, 4 Windstorm could potentially be what you need. Now all the energy coming back. All the energy coming back, no cast form.
So how was that, Lauren? Fun?
6 cards for Matt.
What was it we were discussing? The double shoot.
Crystal Beach. Crystal Beach. Very powerful here.
So the Space Wolves pay 3 APL to shoot twice.
Ben is looking at a whole lot of nothing.
Once, and it says the other shooting action they
Oh,
pay
Hunter
an additional
Drachi up. Slightly unusual as a choice. But not really much that Ben can be doing here.
First shooting action is 1.
Feeling so far ahead at the end of last turn, but now he's doing a manual attach to the Lugia. Oh, he's considering it. I don't think it's a terrible play, to be honest, to put one on the Lugia, although Matthew's stadium count looking very versatile here with the Battlefront here, the Crystal Beaches, the Curse Stones. Oh, I don't know what the counts are of all of them. Energy removal? Not maybe super helpful. Hits the tails anyway. 3 cards in hand for Matt at this point. Feel like if you can just... So we've got a POW and a super scoop up. Powering the Porygon. Slightly unusual after powering the Jirachi last turn, but just spreading the damage, not trying to take any prizes. What is this draw? Regirock EX, not really anything coming for Ben after such a strong start. He's attaching again manually to Blastoise. Now, Blastoise obviously a very powerful attacker, but susceptible to that confusion. Great draw of the Castaway, being able to get a second stess to and power up the Rayquaza, ensuring that that sticks when it needs to. Yes, the Blastoise susceptible to Screechy Voice, but relatively powerful attacker in its own right. Especially if you're manually attaching, it's probably the thing you're wanting to be manually attaching to. Don't want to push that Pidgeot, just get one shot. Don't want to push that Lugia, you'll never get there. I actually have no idea what the attack on Porygon 2 is.
It's just, you keep track of one guy. So it's a lot simpler that way, so you only need to remember one rule. And then every single one of your guys saves on the same, has the same ability, so it's quick roll. Yeah. No, because on some teams, it's a lot better to have just one. Like Sonic says.
Yeah, not a very strong attack, only just hitting for 30. Deciding to Screechy the Porygon, I mean, I don't think it's in a chance of attacking. I guess there's an argument to power up the Blastoise instead and confusing that before it can even attack the Stantler, because this Cesslock seemingly the only thing that's keeping Matthew in the game at this point. Playing the Scott. Go for a Briney's, a Curse Stone and a Castaway. A lot of versatility here. Briney's actually to refuel your energy. I feel like Castaway is probably the supporter that you're wanting to be playing most of these attacks. Super Scoop up now. Not sure what the target was there. It's pushing away into nothing. It's a slightly awkward situation. Super Scoop up potentially taking the Stantler away and being able to hit with that special circuit. However, I think removing the Cess Crystal active is a lot worse than only chipping damage. I think doing 20 damage onto the Porygon is not the end of the world. Yep, nothing else to do, but that's exactly what happens. That Porygon now, 50 damage on it. One more push away, or a past turn of Cursed Stone. Take that down. I think Crystal Beach needs to remain in play though at this point. Ben checking for those flip cards. Ben really not drawing heavy here. Getting the Pidgeot decks, you're playing all these little lines and having cards like Ditto, Kyogre. They're great tech cards. When you're drawing them stuck under ability lock, they feel so weak. Energy go down on the Minun rather than the Rayquaza. Assess on the Minun. Leaves you open to that Windstorm. Plays around that Warp Point. I think just keeping the Cessla. Interesting decision here from Matt to pick up the Stantler. Pushing the Minun instead. Looking to pick up. Maybe an energy removal from the discard. Maybe a POW. Don't hate this play. Goes to the Battle Frontier. Feel like the Crystal Beach gives you a different option now, and if the Battle Frontier is coming, if the Windstorm is drawn, then they can get the 2 on the. They can take the Cessation Crystal and the Stadium out at the same time. And Matt's game plan here is definitely not linear. He decides to put the Cursed Stone into play, which is fine. I don't think necessarily at risk of a cast form coming down and doing major damage here with so much energy on the Blastoise. Decides to get the POW hand extension, obviously incredibly powerful. Candy coming down, just another bricked card for Ben. Another bricked card. He's staring down at this nothing hand and nothing board under the Cessation Crystal. Matt choosing how the game goes.
Question. If I'm confused and I try to retreat, do I still flip?
No.
I just retreat.
You can retreat under confusion, fine. Looking at the trickiness in his hand, trickiness on the board. Okay, decides to retreat. He's going to push. Oh, no, takes it back. He's deciding between. The Porygon is going to go down to Cursed Stone between turns. As I think is the Jirachi, although I can't fully see the damage on it. Yeah, Jirachi going down to turns means that POW hand extension that he pulled up last turn is not really going to do anything. Benches the Regirock. Puts the Regirock in the active. It's good to resist that chip damage, and also ensuring that Stanlers can get one shot if need be, if that gets pushed. Matt here attaching manually to the Rayquaza in the back row. Ahead on prizes now, so no ability to, or well, equal on prizes. No ability to be using that Sky High Claws for 2 or that special circuit for 1. In the Mr. Stones project, just to ensure that that energy is coming down. Another cessation crystal. Energy removal. Ben's draw, Weeping Bell. Really nothing. That Curstone now seeming so powerful. Ticking up between turns, doing damage. I mean, the turn, as soon as Pidgeot gets to 5, one more passed back turn means that Rayquaza now has 1-shot range and just the pass again. So unfortunate for Ben to brick this bad. Hits the tails on the removal. Not that I think at this point it's doing a whole lot, but still restricting access. Puts another energy on the Stantler. Briney's the Minun. Again, Briney's, and then attach the Cessation Crystal to the Stantler. Chipping 0 damage on the Regirock. Wonder if actually doing the Minun's second attack to hit that Lugia for damage could help your prize map. Focusing in on then taking 2 on the Lugia and 2 on the Blastoise as your final 4, sorry. Draw for Ben just being the Fire Mew would have been helpful a few turns ago. It's a very good card to have in this sort of situation, but not here.
It's a body, isn't it?
Yeah. 40 on that Regirock. Cessation Crystal. Really doing the work here, stopping that Regirock from healing itself. Pushing away here is obviously fine, but anything that's drawn will be played. Retriever here. It's the first trainer that's been drawn in a while. It's not terrible. It's certainly not terrible. It's a card to have. One energy off with the Regirock feels very annoying. Retriever just for the Castfall, getting the energy back, passing. Next turn, the Regirock is going to be able to attack and take a one-shot on that Stantler. Matt needs to be prepared for that. Ensuring that a second Cessation Crystal is down, just in case an admin is drawn. I guess a Windstorm is drawn, that's more hurtful. Quasar now 3 energy on it, 1 off from that Sky High Claws. And like Matt in a relatively commanding position, he does decide to put the Cessation Crystal down. Now looking like he's going to be sort of stumbling to a victory here, Matt. The way that I see it. This Curse Stone so powerful, so close to be taking knockouts on those bench DXs and the little chip damage on the Regirock. Hopefully, for Matt's getting that Regirock out of the picture too. Minun takes the energy, retreating into it, and I wonder if he'll now use this negative spark attack. Well, he's sniffing out. He's happy to leave the Regirock there. A little bit more. I mean, I feel like this Blastoise is now on a certain amount of damage. 110 damage for the Blastoise. Windstorm, pretty powerful draw. You're having to do a whole lot for Ben this turn. 110 damage on the Blastoise, 80 on the Pidgeot. So you're having to get rid of that Curse Stone. You cannot leave that on the board and get rid of your Pidgeot. Regirock in the active with 40 damage on it, 60 more to go. But it will start to heal itself if this Cessation Crystal is removed. I don't know whether Ben can rely on just taking the knockout. Taking the knockout, getting rid of the Cessation Crystal, windstorming away the other two, and then next turn having his powers. Minun, obviously 60 HP, can be killed by the Regirock without any sort of damage modification. Regirock, Ben here just thinking, we're in a really complex state of the game. He's been doing nothing for turn after turn, and now there's so much that could potentially come into play. I think the Ditto in hand as well, potentially being able to bring something back from the discard if he needs to. Thinking about attaching, thinking about pulling it back. 2 cessation crystals down now. Leaves the curse stone. Goes for a mentor. Gets the chime echo, very powerful. Gets the cast form. Gets another cast form just to thin the deck out, making sure those draws. The deck is very thin now. Those draws be just as powerful as they can be. Chime echo, obviously, and again susceptible to curse stone, but allows you to build that energy back up. And I feel like what Ben is going to have to do here is really, really try and plot for a future turn in which he would get cessation crystal again. Still being able to play through it. It's very hard to navigate these sort of situations. Just takes the knock with 1 energy on the Mew and 1 energy on the Lugia. 4 energy now on the Blastoise. It can hit. Pidgeot is going to go down. Passing back the turn. Blastoise will go down if the Curse Stone isn't dealt with next turn, which would give Matt 1 more prize. Castform being pushed away, being Pow Hand extension back to the Chime Echo now. It's just deciding to go for the Stantler with the Cess and the active. Rayquaza obviously having the ability to take out this Regirock, but instead deciding to getting rid of the Windstorm, getting rid of the Pidgeot, nearing on the Blastoise. This next turn, the Regirock being stuck in the active, that Power Hand extension moving the energy could be a key thing here. The cast form, but no way to get another energy attached. Blastoise is going to come down, so there's only 1 prize that Matt needs to take to win this game. And retreating the Stantler next time with an energy in hand to be able to do a Sky High Claws on the Regirock will get him there. Or even the actual potential ability just to special circuit the Regirock, I think. 60 damage on it. I think this might be looking like the end for Ben. Trying to think about a stall option, I think, potentially here. Not sure one exists. Where to put this cast form now? Needs to get that Regirock out of the active. Or even, you know, the Rayquaza being able to special circuit. Just trying to see if there's any other options. 3 Windstorms in the discard. Unsure of how, if there are any prized. He's trying to find all his angles. That Curse Stone being such a heavy lifter in this matchup in the end. icon now is hoping that Matthew doesn't see his lines.
Oh, with that. Attach one more. If you look at the size of my hand, it's actually have energy, right? So you've got the energy for slide. I have Stone's project from earlier. You saw me get a man.
And that's the concede. Matthew is the winner of that. Exciting but unfortunate game. Exciting but unfortunate game. Alright, we'll be back shortly for round 4. Hello, hello, and welcome back to round 4 of the RSPK UK Open. We have Oscar back on stream now, and this is a win and in for Top Cut. We've got Brandon from earlier and Ben Robinson, PGCG Archive at 3-0, guaranteed for Top Cut, and we have Simran versus Oscar as one of the... good to go. Yeah. And Ashley from the first round, playing her Flygon, and Matt from the last round is the other winner in. So we are now seeing God of War against Bongtar, as the Bongtar you've already seen. Oh, I should change it to round 4. Oscar now will know what the Sceptile does. Sure he doesn't make that mistake again. Simple Voltorb pass. Simran starts with the Magnemite attach. Just the Ralts played. Researcher, not exactly what you're wanting to see. 2 warps and a Delta Rainbow in hand. Researcher having to discard something, decides to decide the warp one. I think keeping the Giant Stump is going to be the correct thing. Just going for that draw 1. Just going for that draw 1. And getting that Trico. So much. So needed in this matchup. Sceptile and Trico both in the deck. This could spell Oscar's demise again. Could potentially be going for the Pidgey. Not sure. Decides on the Trico. Just so anti-bomb. Anti-bomb. Do we love it? Do we hate it? Would RSPK be in a massively different format without the Sceptile? Yes, absolutely, but I think it's important that we keep certain things in check. So Delta draw for the 1 card. And that card is another energy. Not a whole lot going on in Simran's hand. Oscar's hand. Definitely something. It's the, I think, a scientist. Scramble energy. I wonder if he has something to start setting up the game. Throwing that Larvitar Voltor. Don't know if he's wanting to, so plays the Transceiver. Don't know if he's wanting to try and bomb before that. I mean, Simran is not close. Not close to a... I think if he saw... You know, Oscar's smart. He will see that that Researcher player is completely unoptimal for Simran in the turn 1. Probably thinks he doesn't have a lot, and the answer is he does not have a lot. Delta drawing for 1. Simran was talking to me in the week about going down to the Ralts. It's just a 2-1 split, just one of the Delta Ralts is in the deck. Perhaps regretting that now, getting that extra draw 2 turns in a row would be so powerful. Oscar potentially wanting to just bomb before anything even comes into play, just to ensure that you can get behind on those prizes before Sceptile comes down. Not an obvious answer here to what to do. I think you just got to get your Mentor, got to get your Jirachi or whatever else, get some energy in the bin, find your Larvitars, find another Voltorb if that feels right. Discard to Scramble. Risky play to discard the Scramble with Sceptile potentially knocking on your door, although the fact that the Pidgey wasn't grabbed probably means that the rare candy is not in hand. Playing that 204 Pidgeot means that having that rare candy access would probably always be the play, probably showing that the rare candy is not in hand by having the Sceptile as the one of and playing that Researcher. Going for Larvitar Pidgey. Of course, you forget that Pidgeot is in this deck. Simran now. You can see his eyes going. You can tell he's playing. People might know Simran in the online scene. I think he goes by Simba online. A very strong player. Getting good results in all these locals, been getting good results in standard as well, and he just hits the attached Delta draw. The Retriever and the Curlier is not a terrible draw. Curlier can be an attacker. He does want to go a bit aggressive. The Delta drawing for 1. 3 more cards will be drawn. Retriever not really doing anything. Oscar's really shouldn't be adminning here. Surely the no supporter shows that admin is not the right thing to do. I don't even know if he has it in hand. Maybe he's thinking about the scientist play, trying to discard a bit down and drawing with that scientist. Jirachi comes to the bench. Electrode goes down. How long can he wait before bombing? How long can he wait? Scientist played, discard the Larvitar, drawing I think 3. What did he get? Admin there. Any more energy as a transceiver? I'm not seeing a lot of energy in Oscar's hand. Oh, I'm just a pass. That's unfortunate. Not getting that energy on board. Not even being able to go in the Wishing Star. Although Simran again, just drawing energy. Curlier energy, Delta draw. I feel like it's what it's going to be again. He gets the Gardevoir. He's drawing fine enough Pokemon, these evolutions, all being able to. A little bit of energy jump might being able to get yourself a little bit active if it needs be, but no supporters, no items, no nothing in Simran's hand that will help him out at this stage of the game. Adventurer grabbed. Really hoping he can. I mean, the perfect spot here is to discard an energy and draw into it. Maybe thinking about bombing on this turn. You can retreat and discard an energy off the Adventurer. Then that means you've got 3 in the bin, and I feel like staring down the Trico, even though there is no immediate Sceptile with 3 in the bin, there's definitely a potential. Instead discards the admin. It's just jokes being thrown around the table now of the admin not being played. I see a Magnemite in the hand. Yeah, not standard for Bomb-Tar decks. Oh no, maybe I'm lying. Might be a Warp energy. Okay, Warps, and slightly unfortunate perhaps to have to do that. But getting yourself into that Wishing Star is exactly what you need at this point. Cards in hand, lots of energy. It's good. A power hand extension for sure. As well, potentially useful if you're just wanting to bomb. I think there's only 1 energy in the bin at this point, which is that scramble from right earlier in the start. I mean, I think it's near impossible that Sceptile comes down next turn. It would have to be draw into exactly admin. Waking up for the Jirachi. Transceiver. Oh, there's a potential there. Transceiver. You can get an Adventurer drawn 3. Although, Scientist is looking not terrible here at this point either. Getting down the Gardevoir, getting down the energy, even just playing the stump just for the sake of thinning your hand and making sure you can draw into something. Definitely not a bad draw. Transceiver. Ooh. Basics being pushed towards the front makes me think he's going to go for another Mentor. Not prioritising that Sceptile, maybe seeing how weak the bomb is. At this point, no Pupitar's down either. And he knows that a Pidgeot build will be playing higher counts of Candy than your average Bomb-Tar deck. Looks like 2 Castle Regirock is what he's going to grab. A lot of energy in hand makes sense. Or a Pidgey. Pidgey, obviously. Mentor. Mentor discarding. Delta Rainbow. Regirock Pigeon Castform seems to be like the pick. Depends the Regirock. Just again to have it as that threat, not even necessarily something that has to be used, but it's just a threat that is always there. Chase down the Sceptile, okay, we're meeting Regirock. Chase down the Regirock, we still have to deal with Sceptile. Mental. Being played. Evolve into the Gardevoir, just giving it the third Delta draw. I just had to check that, I didn't see the evolution. 3 Delta draws now. Simran's hand has a little bit more utility in it. Power, Windstorm, Scientist. Still not a whole lot. Scientist, potentially now. Just has the power to do something with it. Sleeping, so he's not going to get a retreat energy in the bin. If you can get the Holland supporter to discard an energy, that will be powerful. Candy Pidgeot, very good, very powerful at this stage. Can get you those Pupitas and get you those energies. Could even attack. I don't remember how that was. Quick search being used here. Try and see what he's going to bring up from the deck. Looked like a candy. Looked like a candy. It's too scary to push a Tyranitar here. Unless you have the option to bomb, get the Jirachi out the active, and power on the Regirock. That Regirock with that one energy attached, all it needs. Delta Jump, attach, gets you there every single time. Energy Jump, whatever it's called, the Gardevoir ability. Candy now going into that Tyranitar on the one with an energy. I think it's just a Warp energy attached. Attaches a Dark energy to it, and then Admin. Okay, so that means that he's not blowing up this turn. Which, playing the Admin here, slight potential that Sceptile could be coming into play. Bit scary through that. Wishing Star also having been used pre-admin. Or maybe not ideal, maybe he wanted something else. Couldn't get it. Simran drew into the Pidgeot, but I don't think he got the candy, but he did draw Pidgeot Adventurer. So 5 cards will be able to be seen next turn, at least from Simran. You do think there's the potential of that Sceptile coming down, and he just Oscar passes. No more bomb. No bomb. Top deck, Pidgey. Yeah, always wanting to do it. 4 cards, huge here. Does not see either piece. Just needed to see one of those pieces. No. 3 Pidgeots in the hand, no candy. 3 Pidgeots in the hand, no candy. Classic situation as a 204 Gardevoir player. Plays the Castform down. it's just going to be a Delta draw. Didn't see exactly what they were. Retriever was definitely one of the cards, which again is not going to help him. Lynette. Don't think it's Candy Septal. I think it was Retriever, Lynette cast form, so no Candy Septal. On to Oscar's turn now. He could be in command, although I still think there's only one energy in the bin. We have that warp in hand. Does he want to retreat to put that energy in the discard? Can he get to those? Can he get to a worthwhile energy in discard? That Scientist he played earlier. Transceiver it back from the discard. It's not in the hand anymore. Quick search. Tricky situation here, lots of lines. Whether to bomb, whether to stay. Getting rid of that. Being able to bomb and then take out either the Gardevoir or the Regirock. Both really powerful. Like Gardevoir now an absolute kingdom of energy. 3 energy. Makes the decision. Didn't see what it was, apologies. He's put the Darkness energy. He's gone for a trainer instead. I think it looked like an admin. Restricting.
Sat down for a long one, aren't we, right?
I realised I missed sequence, so I meant to use this first.
Okay.
Using the Wishing Star. Probably not the admin then, because you'd save the... Didn't see what that was. Playing an admin or something and limiting Simran's hand is powerful, but Simran's still not drawing anything. I mean, a Delta draw for 3 plus the draw for 10, you think, oh, it has to be something, but it's still not a whole lot going on. Oscar lacking the ability to get those energies in the discard. What's he gonna do? Slight little misplay there. Thinking that he could retreat under a sleep. It is the Magnemite. Oh, something I see as super standard in a bomb tile list, and he just decides to pass. Tails, Jirachi still sleeps. Gardevoir EX just not drawing anything on Simran's side. Really, just a hand of nothing in this situation, basically. And that is nice. Get you some of the thing, the Candy being the next card of the deck, just killing him. Not being able to get that Pidgeot access for so long now. Thinking about Mew. Copy attacks in the Tyranitar matchup is like So tricky. People have played Pseudo Wudo, but they're not very good because you have to get so many energies on board. Jirachi Mew Rayquaza. Obviously a powerful card. Could attack this turn. Mew also able to attack this turn. Copy a varying amount of things. Crash and Burn. Could copy Clutch as well, which is pretty powerful. But instead decides to bench the Jirachi. Just desperate for that candy. Retreats out the cast form. Sees now 5 cards. 1, 2, 3, 4, and the 5th card is not a rare candy. He's crying without these candies. Takes the transceiver. They're not attacking this turn. You could definitely see an attack from Oscar next turn. Even just getting that scramble on that Tyrannosaur, but it's still attaches to the Jirachi. Wakes the Jirachi. Sleeps the Jirachi. A little bit of karma coming back to Oscar for Simran's horrific draws. This side of the table, it was Ben last game drawing nothing, Simran this game drawing nothing. Oscar now. Seeing what he can do. With a Sleep Jirachi in the active. Pidgeot could search. Some warp something. Some warp something if need be. He kind of would rather it woke up. You didn't even have to use the Wishing Star, but just retreat it. Get more of those energies in play. A massive hand, 15 cards I think in his hand. You see more with the Jirachi than you do with the Delta draw. He doesn't even need more combo pieces. The one candy gets him Pidgeot. He cannot get Sceptile, but Transceiver, Researcher, Sceptile comes then. So one candy unlocks Pidgeot and Sceptile, and then you know you're looking at an incredibly commanding position. Gardevoir, Regirock, Pidgeot and Sceptile. Don't know if there's a Cessation Crystal in Oscar's hand. That's not a terrible thing. There is. Not going to be a terrible thing to shove down on the board now either. Grind is doing 10 short. Wouldn't have been a terrible move with the Jirachi to play a warp. Cess, Grind. I don't really want to go behind at this stage. Oh, okay. Warp energy attached to Jirachi. 3 energies attached. Electrode going down. I think it's only that one energy, that scramble energy that goes there. What's happening here? What is happening here? Is he going to power up the Regirock? Get rid of it. He is going to power up the Regirock. He is going to power up the Regirock rather than the Gardevoir. Makes the prizes even again, a little bit awkward, but Cess coming down 2 is so powerful. There is a Windstorm in hand for Simran. I mean, obviously there's a Windstorm in hand for Simran. He's got an entire deck that isn't any of the cards named Rare Candy. Admin now as well. Oh, this is a powerful time from Oscar. Curse Stone, Admin. Admin to 4, no Pidgeot access. No Pidgeot access. Gets the Sceptile, 2 transceivers, I think. Oscar, and a little bit of stuff. Sceptile now, obviously not as important. Oh, Candy into the second Tyranitar. Candy into the second Tyranitar. Pupitar, who? Bite off, rid of the Regirock. And Curse Stone, putting those ticks down. Windstorm, it's a good draw if he can get to that Pidgeot, but now not having Candy or the Pidgeot in hand, putting so much strain on that Scientist or Adventurer. Six in hand. Good, really good. Full power from that Windstorm, getting rid of that Curse Stone. Scramble Energy is turned off now, so being able to Spinning Tail might well have been Oscar's game plan going forward. Getting rid of that Curse Stone, very powerful. Transceiver in the deck. It'll be that Adventurer then. Adventurer, discard the Sceptile, draw 4, potentially getting you into that Candy Pidgeot. For the Scientist, okay, fine. Maybe the Adventurer's prized, I'm not sure. Sceptile, yeah, it has to be. Okay, draw 4. Now, Mew, Gardevoir, Warp Energy, and then Wishing Star. But I think now the Pidgeot is out of play. He gets the Pidgeot, but no Candy. Simran is not being in the sweet shop today. Not getting a single Candy all game has really hurt him. I can only presume that 2 of them are prized. Really unfortunate situation of things. Retriever coming back for the Regirock, just making sure that it's still a threat on the bench. Cyclone Energy, coming down on it. And passing. So unlucky. You feel for Simran not being able to get Pidgeot access this long. Not sure there's anything else he could have played. Scramble coming down on the second Tyranitar for Oscar for an attach for 10, pretty powerful. Yeah. Massive hands now. Now, Simran does have that second transceiver in hand, being able to get back into that scientist. So he can do a lot next turn. Spinning tail, probably what's coming now. I doubt that he's going to be biting. Has to hope that Jirachi wakes up. Or, no, I think there was a Warp Energy in hand, obviously, with the Gardevoir. Meaning that could... you know, Castform would have to be part of the mix, but he's drawing so many cards potentially that would be okay. I don't think this is completely out of the water for Simran yet, but he's not in the best position. Another Curse Stone coming down, making that Spinning Tail play even more inviting. Seven cards now drawn for Simran. Surely, Pidgeot access. There's a Pidgeot. Is that last card a candy? It is not a candy. He's got the warp though. He's got the ability to get this Jirachi out the active. Finally on turn 48 or something, Simran pulls the rare candy. Beautiful Holon Phantoms reverse and gets that Pidgeot into play. No Cessation Crystal. The coast is clear and it's looking like Regirock might be able to be hitting this turn.
In my head, I was like, that one's hitting.
Regirock might be able to be hitting this turn. Warp Energy, getting the Jirachi out the active. Cast Energy Jump, moving the Castform to the Regirock and knocking out that Tyranitar. And now, Sceptile's not up. I think there's a potential for Oscar to bomb again, but he would be giving Simran down to one prize. I can't see if there's a bomb in the hand. Simran definitely making sure that he doesn't want to overextend here, doesn't want to do anything silly. Oscar just sitting there. Scramble Energy will come back live next turn. Means you wouldn't need anything to be spinning tailing again. Taking a prize on that Trico. One turn of taking a prize of that cast form. Taking a prize on that Jirachi. I mean, not bombing means that those three would become very close. It's just about finding that fourth. It's just about finding that fourth. There's an argument here for a quick search for Giant Stump. Try and get rid of that Jirachi, get rid of that Trico. Unless it's in the bin. It's not in the bin. He's looking for a retriever. Both players have outs here. Both players have lines. Retriever, presumably. Either to set up Regirock again, maybe get a cast form. Could see it as next turn, just getting rid of that cast form. We're only giving up 2 prizes. The spinning tail next turn, he gets the stump. Also plays around a potentially another curse stone coming into play. Simran's a far smarter player than I am, so I trust his decisions. Warp going down on this Jirachi. Has to be. He's hesitating. Passes. Simply passes, deciding not to go with the Regirock knockout. I can't tell if I'm not being clever here and there's something that I'm missing. I don't have chat access at this point, so real apologies. But he's chosen not to go for that Regirock knockout. Lesson Energy was already attached this turn, its potential, I can't remember. Didn't think it was. Is it because pushing the Regirock bomb, Simran goes down to 1, spinning tail, bite off, takes the Regirock, Oscar goes down to 2, and then spinning tail for the last 2. If he doesn't have an answer to deal with it, is it that? If that is the outcome of the game, yeah, I guess getting the retriever, ensuring that the Regirock stays live. Again, seems rough if this is just bomb pow. Pidgeot in play, it gives you all these options. It's not usually seen in bomb star decks, but when it is, it can be very, very powerful. Card taken from that quick search. like a darkness energy. Spinning tail will take 2. You win.
This is gonna stay. I got video down last
Does bomb. Cast one to take 3 prizes. This turn.
This guy, 10 radio.
Hoping he can spinning tail through this, Oscar. No cessation crystal, which is incredibly good for Simran. I mean, it does limit Oscar's Pidgeot as well. Simran really pushing now. Pidgeot gets the candy. Going to imprison. On that Pidgeot. Warp energy pushing the Regirock now. Admin to 1. Admin to 1 with imprison. Should mean that the last energy won't come in play for the Tyranitar on the bench, and it will just be that this Regirock can take clear of the 2 Tyranitars. If Oscar draws an energy, then still think Simran might have clutched this. Don't know what he could draw. He's pinning himself down to 1 prizes. It's not necessarily the play that I would have gone for. I think he gets the Transceiver. It's not the worst card in the world. Energy jump. And hitting with that tonnage. Taking 1 prize. Tied out 1-1. All going down to this last turn. Either way. Oscar promotes the Pidgeot. Simran can warp and take a KO with the Gardevoir EXs. That only needs 8 damage counters left. Oscar promotes the Tyranitar. Simran can take a KO with the regular Regirock in his hand. If Oscar had left that cast form, spinning tail to give himself 2 prizes, and the bite off would have been here to take 1 last prize of the last 2 prizes of the game. Maybe there was something else in play there, I can't remember. Price the Pidgeot. That Gardevoir, I don't know if he sees it, that 80 damage that's there. think they're discussing about potentially, Bubby.
I mean, I will just go ahead anyway. If you want to go. Yeah, do it. Let's don't usually play it.
I think this is Santos. So I was like, either way I'm going through. I think I have one.
Very kind, Simran letting Oscar take back the check of the deck when he didn't realise this is not his list and it's the first time playing. We're being kind here in our win and in. I'm not even really sure if Oscar has a line to deal with the Regirock and the Gardevoir. That energy jump just being like so important. I think maybe he was looking for that ATM rock that's in the list. Spinning tail and then pass back to the tonnage, and Simran is in your top 4. You know, it's the as the ATM rock play that he was discussing, nearly being able to do, but he couldn't get it. Amazing game, amazing back and forth game. Simran saying he's only played one rare candy, so he's just trying to get them, but he managed to clutch the win. So I think it is 2 Gardevoirs, Simran and Brandon, a Bennett with Ben, and a Flygon with Ashley in your top 4. Keep tuned in. We will be, in the next sort of 10 minutes or so, we will be playing your top 4 in the London UK Open. Okay, welcome everybody to the top 4. We have got, this is no news to the players playing, but this is the 60 card God of War mirror. If you like a mirror match, if you like a bit of grinding, if you like a bit of psychic weakness, then you might like what's coming up. We've got 3 viewers currently. Let's pump those numbers back up. Come on. We've got 2 rounds left to stream, and in theory, there is a lot of potentially impactful Pokemon left to play. We are playing for these winner Mew promos and a mat, which I didn't bring with me. Back to 5 viewers, come on! So Flygon versus Bennett is the other matchup. In the other saves, that is Ben versus Ashley. 2 people that people in the Discord and stuff will know. And here we have Brandon versus Simran. Battle of the West Midlands. So no time, just go when you're ready.
Oh, okay.
So we're playing best of 1, but no time limits on this round.
I'm gonna dunk.
Let's see. In the sake of best of 1, let's hope that this is a interactive game. It'd be really sad. Brandon running into a 3-1. Ben ended up 4-0. They did not ID their last round, even though they were both guaranteed for the cut. Be a great run to end so soon. Just selling off some of these Delta Mew promos. We have a few of them. If people want to contact me to get them, the Delta Mews or the Mew Gold Stars. I'm trying to make basically no money from it. A little bit will have to do with handling costs in terms of packaging and stuff, and then a bit of money will go back to the artist of any money we do make from these. Anyway, Simran discarding the Windstorm, knowing that's not an important card in this matchup. Oops. And playing the Holomental. You're actually pushed into the active. Ralph's cuts form Pidgey. Over the Delta rolls. Might be seeing a Delta draw in our future. Psychic Beam attack obviously could be a powerful in the late game. Chip away that final bit of damage against the God of War EX, hitting it for 60. And we're passing. Flip for sleep. Let's hope Brandon has something. Let's hope this game is not just ending now. He does. He has a Transceiver. He has a Mentor already in hand. And he's going to play it by discarding that Windstorm again. Very similar play than happened before. Is he going to try and get the Jirachi inactive? Just literally mirror the plays. You see on the 60 card mirror. It's all about what's drawn, all about how it's played. 5 viewers, come on lads, pump that. 6 viewers, pump those numbers up. If you're Japanese, get more Japanese in here. If you're American, get your more Americans in here. And if you're European, then why aren't you here? Why aren't you here? This is a major level tournament. It's definitely not, but we are liking it regardless. Jirachi, Magnemite, Psychic Rolt scrapped off the Mentor. Makes me think that he is going into that Jirachi. Delta Pidgey now. Seeing 1-1 splits, but it seems like most players now in the God of War list are opting for 2 of the Delta Pidgeys. That 40 HP. A little bit of a scare. No access to corner. Jirachi, Wishing Star. 5 cards, what's he picking? I couldn't see exactly. Is he going to play it straight away? I think it looked like a Psychic Energy, so he's just making sure he's getting that energy down. Passing the turn and sleeping on the Jirachi. Simran's Jirachi is awake. Simran has a slightly more powerful board, but not significantly more powerful, just with that cast form down. Gets the candy, he was so desperately missing last game if he wants it. Not really needed currently. There's a Curlier and a Guard of War in hand, so probably not going to be the pick of the candy. Mentor, able to go for. Admin, able to go for. Probably the Mentor is what he chooses. I've been notified that people are talking in chat, but I don't know what they're saying, so I hope it's not mean. I'm trying my best. Mentor, discarding the Windstorm. 2 Windstorm down now for Simran. Obviously not a card that has a big impact in this match. Maybe getting rid of a Giant Stump was the only time it could come up. Oh, he's prized something. He's prized something. I'm not sure what it is. Definitely going for that Mew. Obviously incredibly powerful, that Mew. Mew and Ralts. Mew and Ralts just for 2. Just for 2. Sort of indicates that there might be a significant amount of cast form prize. Might be a significant amount of cast form prize. Don't know if there's a second cast form in the hand, but even having 2 prize, there is a second one in the hand, which probably means there's 2 prize or the Magnemite prize. I don't see why you wouldn't get one of those. Wakes up the Jirachi. Simran sleeps his Jirachi. Brandon draws. Draws into a POW. Not going to do him much good now. Wishing Star immediately. Hand disruption this time, not likely. See, he's got a couple of things. Seems like he's going to go for a Ralts. Seems he's going to go for a Ralts. Takes the Ralts. Thinking about what to do. So much on the line here. Goes back to the discard for the Mentor. Probably 1 prize. Stone discards the Pidgeot. Going for a Ralts. Another one. Just fill your hands with Ralts. So much on the line here. Pride. A playmat. A piece of cardboard that says a different word on it than another piece of cardboard. So much on the line. I'll give them a retweet to my 104 followers, whatever the hell. 2 cast forms. Not Eyes of Envy and Simran coming out now. He sees his cast forms on the board. Probably wished it would have been in his hand. For Ralts. Brandon now has 2 Ralts in hand and 1 Ralts on board. Probably feel like in this matchup, getting those imprisons at the right time, obviously very susceptible to being hit for an easy 2 prize, easy 2 prizes with weakness. But getting those imprisons at the right time, ensuring that you're putting those markers down on those Pidgeots, so important. Psychic Energy going on one of the bench Ralts. Curlier as well getting evolved into now. The Delta Curlier. 4. As the heads wakes up the Jirachi. And Simran rolls. Heads and wakes up the Jirachi. It's good. And draws the Transceiver for turn. Simran now rolling into a bit of emotion. Pretty similar boards going back and forth. Pretty similar boards. Different Curliers, but they both have an energy. Jirachi in the top. Cyclone Energy, Transceiver, Couple Energy, Scientist. So he's going to go for the Transceiver. 2 Holland supporters in a row, never a bad thing. As that Stump in hand was stuck to his hand last game. the Delta range over to hand. Curlier's attack obviously pretty powerful too, just basically an evolution of Ralts' attack. Hitting for that psychic weakness again, a Transceiver going into the deck. Looking at a Researcher here. Unusual to play that so early in the game, but wanting to get that second Curlier established. Not having to rely on those candies, seeing that the Pidgeot's not in the place. Simran's game plan at the current moment. Transceiver goes down. Nothing warpy, so Jirachi will stick in the active. Brandon now. Draws a card. It was a purple card. I saw that much. Jirachi now. Wishing Star. Just helping these players set up their boards. Most games in these sort of Pidgeot mirrors at the start, it's very slow, and then once it gets going, the dynamics just rush out when there's energy on board and tech attackers on board and all of these things. The deck, as the game thins out, you thin out those windstorms, things like that. More of it is juice, more of it is helpful. Both these players hyper focused in. Castform now. Coming down on the Curlier. Jirachi sleeps for Brandon. Sleeps for Simran. No supporter played that turn, I don't think. Big hand for Brandon. Simran's now looking at a Transceiver. And I feel like that Transceiver is going to grab a Scientist and going to draw him a whole heap of cards. Going on that Curlier. Presumably grabbing this Scientist now. Gets it. The Ray, not a terrible discard at this point. Stump, not a terrible discard. Not really likely that you're going to be spreading a load of damage in this matchup. Scientist. Discarding the Mew. Just guaranteeing. Confirming the amount of cards. Not guaranteeing, sorry. There's a couple of good cards. Candy. It's nice. No Pidgeot still. Both being hesitant with evolving that Pidgeot. I wonder if they're scared of the Imprison coming out too soon. Jirachi waits for Brandon. That's so powerful. Drop down to 7 viewers now. Apologies if I'm turning anyone off. It's all set up here on both sides. No attacks going, not even a Delta draw. Just sticking that Deoxys Jirachi in the active and watching it do its magic. Researcher now. Discarding a Stantler. Researcher, not a powerful supporter maybe to play in this position. There's potential. Just another Curlier, it's good. Strong. As the players confirm, it's like a nearly not quite a 60 card mirror. Maybe a 60 card mirror in a different font, things like the double Curlier.
I was thinking in my head, I was like, oh, damn, he's not going to be able to roll draw the
Energy going down on the other curler as well, just spreading that out and passing. Passing, Jirachi sleeps. Simran's Jirachi wakes up. That seems to be the way of things. Hitting that 75% likelihood that it wakes up over the 2 turns. Immediately being put back to sleep. That poor Jirachi. Being drugged. It's the stupid thing to say. Two Candy, Warp Energy, Transceiver Admin for Simran. He's looking at the Warp. Looking at the Warp and seeing if he can attack this turn. I think he's going for that. I didn't actually see if it's Transceiver or Admin. Delta Rainbow on the unenergied Kalia. Back to hand. Delta Rainbow back on that Kalia. Lynette being played here. In the Regirock and Pidgey again, confirming this lack of energy, lack of Pokemon energy, the Holon energies in Simran's deck. And looking like a pass. Oh! Sleeps and wakes up. Yeah, that is the standard way of it. It's the standard way of it, it seems. Again, putting the Jirachi back to sleep. Windstorm being discarded off the mental. Mew, that new promo Mew. Delta Cast form, Trico. Okay, passing again. Sleep on the Jirachi, and if Simran's is awake, oh, it's not. It's not. Stays asleep, draws that Pidgeot. Okay, so an option for Candy Pidgeot now, probably what's going to be put immediately into play. Probably forces Brandon to try and go for an Imprison next turn. Simran just figuring out if he does go for that Candy Pidgeot, what can happen. Obviously, if he goes behind, it's not only in prison. Power Rayquaza also has it done. Putting down a lot of cards. Seems like he's got a big plan for this turn, and that Jirachi sleeping, staying asleep, did maybe hinder that. feels incredibly weird to be talking about these people so close to them and whispering so they don't hear. They have got their noise cancelling headphones on. I just see the cogs turning in these players' heads. I hope everyone's having a good day. Fun evening plans. I'm going to a poetry reading. For now, the only poetry in motion might be Simran's play this turn if he can piece it all together. He's going for the researcher. This researcher getting a lot of mileage from both players in this game. Gets rid of the Regirock. Searching now for the energy jump Gardevoir. Probably maybe having to be used as a result of that Jirachi staying asleep. Even imprisoning coming down on the Jirachi now wouldn't be the end of the world. Goes the energy jump. 2 cast forms on Brandon's side. Simran has 1 Curly with 3 and 1 with 1. A cast form down on the board, so punishing. Having to start that, assuming that there's 3 or even 4 in the deck. I can't remember the count. I presume 4. And prizing 2. Just a pass again. No, not even going to evolve. Brandon again, they're both sleeping. These Jirachis are not waking up. Brandon here. Seeing a lot in his hand, he's looking at his energy. I wonder if he sees this turn. Again, with the Jirachi sleeping, it becomes so harder. You have to have specifically the warp to get it out of the active. He does have the warp energy, but that's his attach. It's just a simple pass with so many cards in hand. Another stalemate scenario in a Gardevoir game. Falls asleep again. Simran's Jirachi not waking up. Another 4 in a row tails. Passes again. This is just getting passed back. Still asleep. Brandon now puts it back to sleep. 5 cards. Looking like he's getting that imprisoned Gardevoir. That's what I saw. Just not going into the Candy Pidgeot. Making sure that you get just 1 quick search after the imprison hits the field. Making sure you can get rid of it. Although, I think the Gardevoir, the Psychic Gardevoir's attack is 10 plus 20 for each of your opponent's bench, so by restricting it to 3, it does mean that the max damage that a Psychic Gardevoir could hit into a Gardevoir EX would be 140, 10 shy. No damage mods in this deck like that. But here we go. He's got that Candy Pidgeot in hand, looking like he's about to use it. Tricky going back and forth here. Simran playing it slow. Sleeps the Jirachi. Taking the metal energy. Attaching that to that Curlier. Makes it clear where each Gardevoir wants to be hitting down. Unlike last time, wakes up at first chance of asking. You win? And we have a report from the other top 4 leg that Ashley has beaten Ben and Flygon will be in the finals playing whichever Gardevoir takes on trumps here.
There we go. Come on, go for that.
Nothing happening still, no prizes taken, no attacks declared. Just building of the board, especially Brandon, building the board so slowly. One of those Curlies having 2 cast forms, limiting himself, not going into that Pidgeot, not going into that. It's a warp energy on the benched Pidgeot. It's more of a scream that I am not going to be the one to break the deadlock. I'm not going to move my Jirachi and evolve. He has all the pieces in hand to attack if he needs to. I'm not going to turn on your POW. I'm not going to turn on your ability to imprison and KO. Simran again with a massive hand. No admins have been played for a while, so both players playing with absolutely ginormous hands here. Sort of 15 card hands. But just making 1 or 2 little incremental moves per turn as they know the opponent will do the same. Nearly Candy Drop. And it's happening. It's finally happening. Pidgeot coming down. See how Brandon might cancel that next turn. The deck has options. He's getting Cyclone energy. That feels really powerful here. Really, really powerful. Being able to move that Jirachi out of the active spot and get rid of one of those poor things on the bench. This is the issue with keeping your bench thin, to not try and play into that Gardevoir's attack, is that he is now probably going to have to sacrifice that Curlier with the cast form on it, and that just feels terrible at this state. He's played into the warp, he's played into the Cyclone, and it is indeed that Curlier. And I'm presuming here we have Imprison coming down. We have Energy Jump coming down. Simran is going to retreat. This is the turn. This is the turn where things start to heat up. Benching a second Pidgey. I was thinking about it. Trying to play around that Imprison that probably will be met the other side. Although if this Imprison hits the active, then Brandon does have the ability to take the prize. Back with that Gardevoir with Simran having a bench that bitch. He decides for the Ray. Stump comes into play. Stump comes into play. It's so powerful just to get the Ray in the discard. Windstorming the Stump away. Limiting his hand. Ensuring that he can't get... opponent can't get any benefit from him having a big hand. It's here, it has to be a knockout at this point. Right now the admin coming through. Cyclone Energy. Doing so much here. That one-off Cyclone Energy. In Pidgeot decks, it can just be powerful. Also has an absolutely beautiful reverse printing from Unseen Forces. The cheapest way, one of the cheapest ways to make your deck look good. Six. Bit of gas for Simran. Retreats, he takes the admin away. His turn is over. And now, in prison. He's doing it properly. He's got the old school theme deck in prison markers. Unlike in Japan, where the God of War and the Tyranitar were parts of theme decks, in England they weren't part of theme decks, but other theme decks would have the imprisoned markers. I remember seeing them as a child and not entirely being sure what they were for. He's 80 damage here. Flame Ball, such a powerful attack, and takes the first prize of the game. It's a powerful one. I imprisoned Jirachi on the bench, essentially looking like a piece of cardboard. These 6 cards. Such a powerful turn for Simran. Limiting Brandon's hand. Taking away that second Curlier access. Brandon clearly does not have the Candy Pidgeot in hand that would allow him to just easily push up that Pidgey. Still has the retreat. Brandon's hand now. Candy. Oh, he does have Candy Pidgeot. Not sure what the deliberation was there on the what to promote. We're up to 11 viewers now. Well done. 7 cards in hand. Going back and forth, playing tightly. Both players, cards close to their chest. It's not been the shortest game. These mirror matches, they can go on. There's so much intricacy here. So much you have to know about what could come next. Japanese Pidgeots and Brandon decks. Japanese Pidgeots are way more expensive than the English ones. Doesn't look like he has the God of War in hand. Now, he has a Transceiver. So there's potential for Researcher to be played here. Quick search being used. Some very fancy fur coat Italians watching the game. It's high stakes stuff. Yeah, that had been hurt Brandon. I think he had a play, had a way to respond to whatever was thrown at him. But removing that Curlier, removing those cards in hand makes it so much harder. Candy Pidgeot does give him access. Simran now must feel relatively commanding in terms of the lead. Playing that stump, getting rid of that stump. No way to return the KO. Transceiver. Mentor. Regirock. Being discarded for the Mentor. Presuming there's a Ralts here being found. Seems like a Trico is being considered. Just Trico and Pidgey. He knows that that Pidgeot is going to get imprisoned next turn, so I can understand that the Trico does limit the God of War's attacking capability, but not by much. Flame Ball can move the extra energy off to make sure that you're not losing it, and then Energy Jump can move it straight back to hit those 4 energy that would be needed. Imprison coming down now. The Gardevoir EX, Dragon Frontiers. Brandon just hesitating. Maybe not being able to move those energy, having 4 Castle on. I wonder. Trico coming here potentially as an attacker. I think probably more importantly to get that Sceptile as an attacker, hit for weakness in that way. Flame Ball can move the... he's imprisoning the Pidgeot now. It's always going to happen once that imprison hits the board. You can Flame Ball and move the Cast Form now to the Trico. Building up this Sceptile ability to next turn potentially... It's just, I mean, Sceptile is an incredibly powerful attacker. It obviously is weak to the fire, so it is weak to Imprison itself, but it also attacks into Imprison very powerfully. It's an interesting one-to-one relation happening there. Gardevoir EX just sat in the active with 8 damage counters on it. Half its way to getting knocked out. Is Simran just going to punch the opposing Gardevoir? There's a chance of losing the energy jump if you do attack with that one. A little bit awkward to get the Imprison out of the active, get the energy jump out of the active next turn, but it's possible. Imprison. Turning off what I can only assume will be the Pidgeot. We've lost 2 viewers. I do apologise to the viewers who have gone, but I don't know why you'd leave. This is a thrilling game. 4 being drawn off the Researcher. Powerful cards, all with utility. Another Candy Pidgeot in hand for Simran. Another Candy Pidgeot. If he's able... I don't think he's able to take out the Gardevoir this turn. He's imprisoning the Gardevoir to ensure that that Pidgeot that he has access to remains. If it comes down, it's not immediately throwing it down. Going for a Rayquaza. Warp Energy. Bringing the Rayquaza into the active. Cast Form will be moved onto that Rayquaza from that Gardevoir, the imprisoned Gardevoir. Simran just not wanting to give away any prizes. So playing so tight with his prizes. Decides not to go for the Candy Pidgeot that he has in his hand. Leaves it and just instead puts 50 damage on the bench Pidgeot. Now this Rayquaza is sticking around. There's not a single card in Brandon's deck, I think, that can currently deal with this Rayquaza. So next turn we'll be saying goodbye to Pidgeot. Brandon has to play around that. He has a Sceptile in hand. I think he has a Candy in hand too. So Candy Sceptile can come out. Lots of cards in hand for Simran. 8 cards in hand. That Candy Sceptile. That Pidgeot. That Flame Ball potentially reserving energy. I mean, the Gardevoir is not going to go down. It's just sitting in the active. But it's not doing a whole lot. 80 in move and energy for 3 is not necessarily what you want to be sitting in the active when you've lost that Imprison. Brandon shuffling his hand. Maybe feeling like he's in a bad position. The prize cards are still only 5 to 6. He can go for a POW or something similar to that. It doesn't really do a whole lot here. Everything on the bench either has the ability retreat, or if he moves the energy off, it can just be moved straight back. Can't put Sceptile into play and attack with the Gardevoir, which makes things very, very awkward. Again, losing that Curlier. That's play that Simran made, removing that Curlier with the Cyclone energy. Interesting. So powerful, limiting that energy jump. When you have that energy jump and the Imprison in here, it's so powerful to have them both on the board. Brandon now drawing 6 cards with that Scientist. Such a powerful effect, consistently powerful in these games. I'm saying obvious things, but just because they're obvious doesn't mean they're not true. Brandon now trying to plan out his turn. Looking like it's putting 3 Pokemon to the top, looking like it might be a retriever play. Retrieving these cast forms seems very powerful at this stage. He knows this Pidgeot's going down though. He knows it's gone. Quick searching for War Point. She's going for Ralts. Going for Ralts. Maybe try not to Candy Sceptile. Doesn't have the Gardevoir Delta in hand, but has 2 candies. Could make an incredibly possible next turn. He does, apologies, he does have the Delta Jump in hand. He does have the Delta Jump in hand. Energy Jump, sorry. The regular Gardevoir Delta in hand. And Candy Sceptile, very powerful, getting both out. He can move this energy off this Pidgeot, which he knows is going down. Chose not to try and set up another Pidgeot, maybe the pieces just weren't there in his hand. He's retreating this Pidgeot now. Pushing Gardevoir. Pushing Gardevoir. Energy jumping the Warp. Yep, that makes a lot of sense. Energy jumping the Warp. And then energy balling the cast form. Flame balling the cast form. So many words. So many different words. This game is ticking on. I think we've gone way past the regular time that would be usually allowed to play for one of these sort of games, but it's just too intense. It's too much happening. In top 4, then I've let people play as long as they want. Make sure that the game isn't decided in any scuff ways. Simran, big hand. Presumably calculating his map here. 1 off the Pidgeot, down to 4. 4 on the bench now. Does he see an angle where he leaves the Rayquaza, takes the Rayquaza out of the active? There's no Warp in hand. There is still a Candy Pidgeot if he wants it, so that he can take the KO on the Gardevoir now. Gardevoir EX now, whilst Brandon does have that 4-card bench. Instead just puts a cast form on the Gardevoir EX, energy jump, moving the Delta to the Ray, probably. Putting the Delta on the Ray, so we think he's just set special circuit and get rid of that Pidgeot. Simple, it's the play we thought he would do. It's a standard play. And he's now on 4 prizes. Brandon's still on 6. There's a bit of damage on Simran's board though. Rayquaza is close to dying. Gardevoir EX is halfway there. Simran also not imprisoning last turn. I think retreating that Rayquaza without any warp is just too heavy. Just checking the deck, just making sure that no one's going to fall off, no one's going to deck out. That this can be decided through good, fair Pokemon. Transceiver. This time going for Scientist. Going for Scientist. 10 cards in hand for Simran. Brandon's only got 3. So it's going to be a draw of 8. Very randomly, he has a World Championship Cyclone Energy in his deck. Can't imagine Japanese Cyclone Energies are exactly costing you a mortgage, but seeing what to do here. It's overkill to punch with the Gardevoir. You're murdering the Rayquaza. But might just have to be. The Rayquaza could die to Jirachi. Now, that doesn't seem like a particularly worthwhile play, but only 30 damage left on it. Sceptile turning off that Imprison, meaning that that energy jump on Brandon's side of the field, any future Pidgeots will probably stay the length of the game. He's not down and out, he's 2 prizes down, but it's looking like that is going to be evened up now as Brandon takes 2 prizes on that Delta Ray, goes down. Overkill KO, he moves the cast form. Just a standard thing, moving the cast form back, jumping it back. Such a nice combo of cards. Simran. Back now. To his turn. He's got the juice in his hand, he's got nearly everything he wants access to, and I think that he feels like now the Sceptile is down, he can do his own Candy Pidgeot. It's not going to be affected by the Imprison in the same way, unless the Sceptile is sacrificed. Candy Pidgeot. No POW access on either side of the board. Simran got a very thin deck. I think he's taking a Trico of his own. Oh, Candy Sceptile as well. Both of these coming down. So powerful. Admin to 4. This Sceptile is going to take down this Gardevoir EX in the active spot. Heading for 160 damage just there. That's what Simran was waiting for. That admin last turn, if Brandon only had it, would have been so powerful. Now they both go to 4. But Simran has Pidgeot. Brandon doesn't. Simran has more energy on board after this. KO is going to happen. Energy jump. Coming here, cast form, and that power. What is it? Something revenge? Power revenge. Thought it was called Power Lariat for some reason. It's called Power Revenge, taking 80 damage with weakness 160, and Simran's down to 2 prizes. You push the Sceptile. You push the Sceptile. He is pushing the Sceptile. He is pushing the Sceptile rather than a one prizer, but that does mean that Gardevoir EX next turn could take the KO. I don't know what's in Brandon's hand. He's got a walk point. Whoever Protect That Smile is, thank you for joining in. You've got Ashley to thank for the stream. And little on me to thank for the commentary. Oh, he's going for a ray of his own. Understanding he can't leave that Sceptile in the active. I think Brandon's shaking his head. He sees that this is going to be a high hill to climb.
It ignores the.
Oh, yeah, so you got good point, sorry.
I think little mix up of that classic instance of how does Sceptile interact with Ray. Sky High Claws now coming in for 70. This might be a sort of retreat. Seeing if Brandon can pull out his one-off POW. It's not in the discard. Simran checking the discard. Seeing that the one-off POW isn't in there. But no Pidgeot access. Makes things tricky. No way to kill this Ray. Gardevoir, regular Delta can't do it. Brandon's branch isn't full. Is there an angle here for potentially clutching with the Pidgeot and then punching the last 80 with whatever attacker you have left? Is there enough energy to do that on board? Because the Pidgeot will obviously go down. Is there enough energy to do that on board? He retreats the one, moves the thing. I think with one energy attach in hand, then that should be possible. I mean, obviously there's a lot of warp effects. Brandon, I think, does have a warp point in his hand. Simran doesn't know that. Don't know if you're just always playing around that warp ability. 5 cards left in deck for Simran. I think that's how Brandon sees himself winning the game. It's a deck out strategy. Now, I don't know how many admins have been played. Simran must see that as a real possibility, though. He's got one of them as a retriever, so he'd buy himself a few more turns. Brandon can keep jumping through those basics, those Regirocks, those Rayquazas. No admin in hand. Oh, no, sorry, there is an admin in hand. There is an admin in hand. There is an admin in hand, so a deck out strategy is probably unlikely. Psychic Energy going on the Gardevoir Delta. Wonder if there's any way, Simran, to put yourself down to 1 prize. Get Brandon down to 1 prize, sorry, and get a POW up. I think he's just going to hit. He's just going to hit. He's going to give this Sceptile up. Doesn't really impact the board state. There's 2 of them down. It's such an efficient attacker at this point. 3 down. 3 energies. For a heck of a lot of damage. Heck of a lot of damage. 70 damage. 80 damage, sorry, 80 damage. Gardevoir doesn't have any attacks on it. Special Circuit, ooh, Retriever, Knockout, Special Circuit, potentially next turn. That could be the end of the game. Taking out that Ray. Brandon will have no way to get rid of that Ray. Unless there's some crazy bench giant stump combo. I don't think we've seen Brandon stump. It might have been discarded at some point. Brandon now just seeing if he has the line. Warp point being played. Pidgeot shoved. That makes sense. Imprison Pidgeot. No retreat. Simran's got a full bench. I think Brandon will know that there's a retriever in deck or in hand. I think it is in deck, but that Pidgeot is still active. And then everything else is on board. Oh, because Sceptile is active. He would need 3 attach, so he'd need an attach for a hand. If he has it, he just passes. He's got that attach from hand, that surely. But he doesn't have the bench space to put that Rayquaza down. Do you just go for the KO here? Do you just go for the KO? Yes, you do if you're Simran. Pushing it out 4 energies. It doesn't die to Special Circuit. It does die to Power Revenge. And then Brandon can push the thing and there won't be a weakness. There won't be a weakness threat on board, but that will give Simran the access to do the retriever play. Gets it. He gets it. There's 2 cards left in deck. He has energy. He has the retriever. So he flame balls, KOs the Jirachi, puts it on the Sceptile. Windstorm from the prize is not going to be much help now. Brandon pushing the Sceptile. Only really what he can push. I mean, the Gardevoir would stick in the active as well, but Sceptile is just beefier and a better attacker at this stage. Hitting for a gigantic 110 damage. I think that's actually the same that the Gardevoir would be hitting for. Less likely it goes down. Brandon meditating, seeing that his time is probably up, even though he can get to 2 prizes. How he takes that final 2 without giving Simran 1. Also at a state now, I don't know what the warp count is left in Simran's deck. He's played that Cyclone Energy. I think he's played that warp point. If it is still in hand, then both of those bench liabilities are liabilities. The Gardevoir are able to withstand 1 attack, but only just. Brandon trying, really trying. Brandon, I think, just taking the KO and accepting that he's probably cooked. Simran knowing that he can Retriever, Rayquaza, move the energy. fancy either drawing all of these. He hasn't discarded his card, but I don't think it matters if he doesn't.
That's what I was thinking about the whole time.
Just making sure that he has the game. The Sceptile making the requires I have to attack for 3 is really awkward.
Why did I think I could... Okay, no, I don't have the war point.
Sure.
I don't have the war point, so I have to bench it and then energy jump. Okay, for some reason I was like, oh, fuck. Okay.
There we go. The play that we always knew was happening.
Bing.
And then he takes the KO, and that is game, and we're coming into a finals with Simran versus Ashley. 13 viewers. We are going absolutely global in the UK Open, and unfortunately, Brandon.
So one of the other thing I was thinking is like if I don't kill anything, then Raiders.
Amazing game, really back and forth, very close.
That was like what I was thinking as well, and I was just like, okay, if I wait for you to draw, you could actually set up a win here, so I'm just gonna swing.
Yeah.
Because I was like, I had the thing in hand, I was like, okay, I know I can adventure into game.
Did you have admin?
Yeah, I did, yeah.
So
I
it's not
wasn't gonna die.
that.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah.
Both players just going through everything that's happened.
There was...
Simran acknowledging the admin, making a deck out possibility not impossible.
Okay, I have this as well, and I only had to recruit for 2 there, so
I think that was really masterfully played by Simran.
I was just like, oh, dude. I was like, okay, if he draws the power, I'm kind of fucked.
Please stay tuned. We will go quiet now for a little bit, but we'll try and get the finals on as soon as possible, probably within the next 5 to 10 minutes, and it will be Simran versus Ashley. Ashley, the winner of the first ever tournament that I held here with her, Flygon deck, and Simran, player who's been playing very well in Standard at the moment, doing well in the online tournaments, a riser in the scene. So much to play for. Not really, but you know, got to build it up in that way. One more round, one more chance for players to win this tournament, prove that they are the best British player who isn't named Autumn, as neither of them are here. Anyway, alright, see you all in a few minutes. Welcome back to the finals. We have Simran on the left, Ashley on the right. We are
I've got the mighty Mutties.
playing for these gorgeous winner Mew promos and the mat drawn by my now ex-girlfriend. Here we go. Here are the promos. There's a finalist and there's a winner one. From a distance, can't see the difference. Up close, they're worlds apart.
Okay.
Very exciting stuff here. Two of the best players to be taking the stage in this tournament. Two players who've had a lot of success in the standard format, who have had a lot of success in the online scene. As Ashley, as I mentioned, was the winner of the first London Retro tournament we held. Simran could potentially break as the first person to win a RSPK London tournament that isn't from the HRT group. The people who organise the Holland Research Tower Discord that is so crucial to the format. And he's starting by just Hypnosis. Just Hypnosis. Ashley here now. Candy Pidgeot. Candy Pidgeot. Who cares about sleep if you're Candy Pidgeotting? Holland Transceiver. Surely for that mentor, just prize checking. Just making sure that everything's in order. Trapinch, Trico, it looks like, it's hitting the board. And Candy. No way, the game is not going to be over now, is it? Sceptile. The game is not over, but Sceptile is in play. I'm not sure if even there was a chance for it to be over, to get the Flygon EX and 3 energies down on it. But Sceptile being down this early is really frustrating for Simran, not being able to imprison once. Transceiver still hit. Transceiver for Mentor. What a surprise. Mentor discarding a Windstorm. Not a card that's going to be doing a whole lot in this matchup. Getting that Jirachi, of course. Getting that Pidgey, of course. Just thinking about between a Deer and a Magnemite. Standler, obviously not a common inclusion in these Gardevoir decks until relatively recently, but it's broken the mold and it's just so powerful. I was talking about it earlier. In the mirror against other Pidgeot decks, to just be sitting behind and pushing away in the early game is so powerful, and even in the late game, if you're in a tricky point and you need to screechy voice something against the Tyranitar, against the Flygon, something like that, it's just such a well-rounded card. Some people hate it, but ultimately it's what makes the format. Warp energy, meaning that not even the energy has to be discarded. A good suite of cards. He's going for the Pidgeot. I presume him throwing it down means that there is a candy in hand. Rare candy coming down. Pidgeot. Both nice little high five with both players getting a Pidgeot. Pidgeot coming now, quick searching. Simran Not the first time he's looked at the deck. Just checking. I think he's going to go for a curlier. Ash only has one card in hand, but that pitch shot changes everything. She has arguably one card in hand and arguably 51 cards in her hand. You know, she can pick out anything from the deck. It's better to have a better hand for sure, but going into a admin or something like that, refreshing a hand. Jirachi wakes up. Cast form going down on the trap inch now. Admin being played with the one card in hand going back. Cast form sitting in the active spot. Attached to that trap inch. Potential for Flygon EX attacks this turn. Probably unlikely. Probably seeing that big bite again. Maybe even that secondary attack. That 30 blank. Ooh. Cards are sliding. Coin fever. Simran drawing into his 6. Sceptile looking so imposing on the bench. Pidgeot. Getting a card. Rare Candy. Flygon regular Delta. The Brava on the bench. Flygon Delta still not attacking this turn, so probably not going to be attacked from... Oh no, it can be actually with the Delta supply, although I take that back, it's gone on the bench. Flygon will not be attacking this turn. Like a warp in the future feels like it's likely. Simran, a lot of energy in his hand. Think there was an admin. Don't know what he sees as the best way to do this turn, the best thing to do. Actually playing with a tight bench, just knowing about how to avoid that Gardevoir. Flygon EX obviously not having a weakness, being able to so easily get through things. The other Flygon colourless weakness, I wonder if Simran maybe sees that as a potential active. Push away for 40 seems pretty powerful, but Pidgeot and only having a couple hearts in hand makes that not quite as strong. Wishing Star suggests that Simran doesn't see himself as attacking this turn. There's also an option for a Screechy Voice, just confusing that Flygon. Actually deciding between having to warp out of it and attacking with it. That swift attack for 60. Adventurer being used, just drawing 4. Ralts, Transceiver, Imprison, Cast Form, powerful cards. Don't know whether Simran sees the second Ralts as the setup play. I think with the Sceptile out, that maybe the Imprison is not what he's wanting to be going into. Playing through his tech attackers rather than attacking with the Gardevoir. Returning the Warp Energy to hand, so powerful for a next turn Wishing Star. Thinking about benching the Ralts, benching the Delta Ralts instead of the Psychic Boom Ralts. Pidgeot. Quick search for the Energy Jump Gardevoir. And a Rayquaza. $12 viewers. I'm not sure how there aren't 12,000. This is a hype match. Actually, with such a powerful turn 1. Just a simple pass. Let's hope. Jirachi did stay asleep. It's not the end of the world. Steve's advice as well being played means that Warp Energy will stay in hand. No Claydol or anything. Admin is the only way to hand disrupt. Flygon EX coming down on the bench. Yep, Delta Supply and Castaway. Flygon can now attack. I don't know if she wants to manually retreat it or being looking for a warp point. I think maybe playing around the warp point, benching that other rod. Seems to go direct. Quick search for another Trapinch. Probably wants to setting up that second Delta Supply. Manually retreating the Flygon. Putting all her eggs in this Flygon EX basket.
I can't remember how to do it. That goes to 2. This is a 1. That's a 1. Oh wait, no, promote. Okay. But it's only basics. Okay.
Okay, so push the Pidgeot. Little sprinklings of damage around could be helpful. Definitely helpful as damage modification. Flygon is a deck that can spread, but ultimately only against those basics. Once those evolutions come in, it's not nearly as powerful. Pidgeot in the active. Searching the deck. Rare Candy grabs from the deck. Seemingly Rare Candy grabbed. Candy into the Gardevoir. Energy Jump Gardevoir. Delta Rainbow. Curlia and Imprison is coming down. So even though Sceptile is there is 4 energy on it, it can attack. It does get one shot by the Flygon. Push Ashley down to 3 prizes. Transceiver in the deck. Scared Researcher. Just thinking about what to get from the Researcher. Thinking about potentially another energy jump. He's not sure, but so far it seems like that's what it's going to be. Trades the Pidgeot, pushes the Imprison, moves the energy. 80 damage. Ashley now definitely going to be going in with a prize advantage. Does supply another to the active. Hang on. Do headphones off for a second. So, yeah, okay. So you should have been able to attack with the flag on last time. What?
I've taken a prize. I've looked at it.
Except the game today, is that fine?
I think they can do it.
The only difference would be
It's when you active, and then you.
well, long day.
It's a lot. I got a 6.
Oh, bro, me
So-
too. Yeah, it's like, what?
I haven't quite hit burning my goals.
Bro, I just researched it for the wrong card. Like, I'm sitting here. I'm like, what? It's fine.
I'll draw my cards then.
Okay, we've realised that there was a mistake in the past turn, where Ashley shouldn't have been able to attack with Flygon because Sceptile was up. It's been accepted as accepted game state for the players. There's a lot of Pokemon going on today. They are both shattered. I've hardly slept, so.
Fucking kill it. Alright. Goes 3. Then it goes 4. 2. It doesn't go 4 if I. It goes to 3 if I promote it.
Yeah, apologies. That does put the acceptability of the win in question. However, I mean, so much going on, these things do get missed.
Take it back if you want.
I don't need to.
Fucky Bucky than you.
I don't need to quick search for
Very
this.
unfortunate when.
Like, I'm gonna admit I should have.
Yeah.
But it's fine. It's fine.
Wait, no, I mean, whatever.
It's fine. This means I draw one better card. Yeah, I quick search for it.
Just confirming everything that happened. Simran quick search for the Rayquaza, admitting it was a sequencing error, but continued to play with it. Asher's down to only 3 cards with the admin. Sky High Claws will take out this Flygon. Still a lot of options for Ashley on the board. Sceptile being able to push. Pidgeot being able to search out any energy that might need to be. You need 2 in order to get the Sceptile attacking. Need 2 to try and get the Sceptile attacking. Cast Form would do it. Punch the Rayquaza, not for knockout, but nearly there. whole lot of energy on Simran's board now. He can keep Sky High Clawsing, which is obviously incredibly powerful. But he's going to be struggling to do much else. Moving that ray or attacking with something else is a pretty big ask at this point. Pow pulling up the Pidgeot for a special circuit next turn. Pow is in the hand. Being able to quick search for another energy or develop another Gardevoir EX on the bench to deal with the Sceptile when it eventually comes out as an attacker. Sceptile EX on the bench. Fire Mew coming down as well, and Retriever being used to get a Vibrava, a Flygon EX and a Castform back into the deck. Getting rid of that POW. Simran down to 4 prizes, only 3. Still has the Pidgeot, but feel like he needs a lot now. Feel like he needs a lot now. As confirmed, if the Ashley still had the knockout, but it would meant the Flygon was the one with the energy rather than the Flygon EX, and the Gardevoir Delta probably wouldn't have been the thing that was sitting in the active. Sceptile coming into the active now, going to be doing 80 damage. Damage. Simran doing the unconventional 5 and 3. Tricky situation now. Ashley looks like she has a decent hold on the game. Simran got a Transceiver in hand, some energy that he might need. Missing all the utility he had in that last hand, though, is painful. Simran now working out what he can quick search for. What he can Transceiver for. How he can work with this 3 energy on board. Cyclone was a warp, then a double energy jump would make a Gardevoir EX possible, but he's Transceivering for Researcher at this point. Presumably getting a Curlia, just a Gardevoir EX, and then presuming he needs to do a quick search now for a Candy. I didn't see one in the hand. Or he Pidgeots this turn for a POW, gets rid of Ashley's Pidgeot with the Rayquaza, then lets that die, and then next turn uses the quick search to get a Candy out to then get the Gardevoir out. Now that would be incredibly powerful. It would be incredibly powerful. I think it looks like that's the play. I think that's a strong line. He can... It's only 3 prizes, but it might be that it's just enough HP to withstand an giving Ashley an extra turn. And it also gives Ashley the potential to push a Delta Mew next turn or something like that. that's the correct play. I think that's the correct play. That Ralts is not going to be in any danger. Takes the Pidgeot out. Pulls a Curly from the prizes. Not ideal. Knows that requires us going down next turn. Having the Sceptile there rather than the... It requires quite a lot from Ashley because she will have the Delta Supply attach. And it's all coming down to this now. Ashley is on one prize card, and Simran this turn will be able to Flame Ball with that Gardevoir EX and knock out that Sceptile. Ashley has got 4 cards in hand. It is so gutting from Simran's perspective that he can't rock its admin this turn as well as get the candy. I mean, that would just make everything so... Oh, has he realised the candy isn't in the deck? I think he has realised that the candy is not in the deck. He has used 3 candy.
Run out of candy.
One prize, maybe not going to be able to get him there. Now Ashley's just 1 prize left. He doesn't play that Fire Mew. Any other thing would just be giving Ashley. So unfortunate. Last turn, not checking. Not getting out that Curlier or whatever. Sceptile's weaknesses not showing themselves. Mew Gold Star. Admin, really painful. You can get the admin, but nothing really can be pushed that can withstand the Sceptile. The Sceptile is hitting for 90 damage. He can push a Gardevoir. He can leave the Pidgeot there. Can soak a turn.
So fine TM will be okay.
I think it's potentially okay. If he evolves the Curlier this turn, then plays the admin, Pidgeot soaks a hit, then still exactly the same thing that could be done before, but it gives Ashley 1 more turn. There's also potentially a confusion angle here from the Stantler. He's going to leave the Pidgeot to soak the attack. I think he should be admining here. I think he should be admining. But next turn, I guess, if Ashley hasn't got a whole lot in her hand, then going for the Gardevoir. Clutch here just doing a little bit more damage. Doesn't really make a huge issue with the Gardevoir.
I have not, so alright. This loses to 1 point. You got 1 card. You got 1 card. Yeah. Good.
Simran acknowledging that this play loses to the warp point. This play loses to the warp point that Ashley did have in her hand. We'll see the 1 card that she draws now. This will be an important card. It's the kind of card that even your closest friend at this point, when they just need that 1, you are cutting their deck for every cent of their life. One card for Ashley.
Hold on. So I've already done this. Yeah.
Maybe I shouldn't have revealed it.
I mean, if I could have played around it off the admin, I would, right? Like...
Oh, because the Gardevoir's weak, of course. screechy voice. 10 damage in the confusion. I think we might be seeing a pretty big flip. Pretty big flip. That is hilarious. 2 warp points. 2 warp points. Gets you out of the conclusion and into the game. And Ashley is the winner. Ashley is the winner. I'm flipping it around now. You see my face for the first time. And an unfortunate game in terms of a slight misplay at the start, but a game that ultimately Ashley did run away with, and she is your RSPK UK Open 2025 champion. Thank you everyone who's tuned in today. There'll be a lot of more content posted about this. I hate the word content, but like things posted about this online. I hope you have a lovely evening. And there's potential for an interview, but I think probably this might be the end. Thank you everyone for joining in. Bye bye.
No, there's nothing.